Now, of course, I met Dylan in this story, and I fell in love with him, and I just knew that he had to be more than a friend. He needed to be a love interest, but at the end of The Gift of a Child, the death of Rae's husband is too near and dear to her heart. It's too close. She's not ready to look at love again yet. And so it posed some great questions about it. I actually kind of got hung up with the story for a little while. And one of my readers had sent me an email and was just wondering whatever happened with it, because I'd made it clear at the end of The Gift of a Child that I meant for there to be more. And I went ahead and I was on a cruise at the time that I received her email, and I tend to be an early riser, and so I spent some time thinking about the story, and I was able to figure out what was missing, what it was that I knew wasn't quite right and where I was going with the story. Now this one, of course, the gift series takes place at Green Pest Control, and I worked for a pest control company at the time as a bookkeeper, just like Rae does. And so I drew on some of my experiences from that time working with people and coworkers and kind of how it worked. It's obviously based on probably old information. I have no idea what it's like to work in a pest control company now, but the interactions with the people, I think, are the parts that are important. And someday I would like to do more. Jason Lee, for one, definitely needs a love story of his own. He needs to find one. And then there's other characters in the story that I would like to visit if I live long enough. So enjoy the story.
The Forever Gift, The Gift Series Number 2, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Sandra W. Parker. Chapter 1. Hey, beautiful. Jason Lee sauntered into the main office. Rae Cavanaugh pursed her lips in disgust. Handsome men should keep their cliched antics to themselves. She refused to glance in the direction of the staff door where Flirtmeister stood. From the corner of her eye, she could tell he was looking in her direction. She didn't need him to bug her right now, not while she was fighting to meet the end-of-month deadline. The protection of widowhood was wearing off, and more than once Rae had wished she lived in the time when people had to wait a full year before being expected to socialize. She and her late husband had been married for 5 years. It seemed an eternity since she'd been the target of a man's interest, and she didn't like it. Where was Dylan? Her friend and coworker always managed to discourage too much of the come-on. I said, "Hey, beautiful." Jason Lee stopped in front of her desk, obviously peeved she was ignoring him. Rae exchanged a quick glance with Amelia, the office manager. She shrugged. The older woman had more patience with their newest termite inspector. Yes, his Eurasian handsomeness gave him an almost exotic look, but as far as Rae could tell, he flirted with everyone with XX chromosomes, whether customer or coworker. He used it to his advantage and had the highest sales in the office. Once she'd become the target of his attentions, she'd wished more than once he'd take a job with one of those national chains instead of a small local pest control company like Green. Hello, Jason. I'm kind of in a time crunch right now. She didn't have to try to make herself sound stressed. You need to take a break, love. Rae cringed internally at the endearment. Jason reached over like he meant to touch her shoulder, but she leaned out of his reach. A flash of surprise crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by one of a man accepting a challenge. How do you know I didn't just come off a break? Rae asked, hurriedly. Did she, Amelia? Jason asked with a chuckle. Rae shot her friend a pleading glance. She didn't. Traitor. If Amelia thought this was how to get Rae to start dating again, she'd have to set the woman straight. That's what I thought. Jason's voice had turned low and soft. He put his hand on her desk near her keyboard, only a couple of inches from her hand. "You're working too hard, love." Rae pulled back and looked up at him for the first time since he'd entered the room. His expression was sincere and even a little concerned. It did more to soften her defenses than any of his come-ons. It'd been 10 months since her husband had died. Looking into Jason's deep brown eyes brought home something she'd missed. He practically oozed masculinity. Rae blinked. Why had she even thought of that? Dylan Rademaker had it too. That special spark of attractiveness. But he made her feel safe. He'd never come on to her like this. "You need to take some time for yourself." Jason seemed to take her silence as encouragement. "He's right." Amelia sent Rae one of those motherly looks she dished out so well when she was sure she knew best. "Not on the clock, I don't." Rae wanted to get back to work, but that would put her hands on the keyboard and too close to Jason. "She's right, too." As Amelia walked by him, she shot him a "you lost this round" glance. "Later, then." Jason winked at Rae and strolled over to the termite account bookkeeper's desk in the other office. Only then did Rae allow herself a little shiver. It made sense she'd find him attractive. She hadn't seen a woman yet who didn't. What she couldn't understand was why he'd targeted her anyway. From what he'd said about his social life, he was only interested in a good time. She had 2 young children. Didn't that discourage flirty men like Jason? And they were the reasons she wouldn't get involved again, not until they were grown. There was no point in setting herself and them up for possible heartbreak. But she was jumping the gun. She hadn't even made up her mind to start dating yet, despite Amelia's pressure. That was probably why she'd sided with Jason. Rae started typing again. It wasn't like dating was an alien idea. She'd been asked out a few times since the holidays, but she turned them all down. It'd been too soon. Did Amelia think Jason would be a good first date for Rae? What would bringing a strange man into her life do to her children anyway? Since her husband's death, Rae's biggest fear had been the inability to provide what their father had given them. She might try her best, but she wasn't a guy and didn't handle things the way her husband would have. If not for Dylan filling that need, she'd have resorted to finding a mentor for Preston. Dylan. She smiled to herself. He turned out to be the very best of friends. They'd worked together for a couple of years before her family's tragedy, but they hadn't gotten close until he'd moved next door to her last fall. Dylan had filled the gap in her children's lives. Well, all their lives. As long as she had a friend like Dylan, she didn't need romance. Rae felt a funny little twinge of longing at the thought, but pushed it aside. She couldn't afford to consider him as anything more. Their friendship was too important to risk with anything like casual dating, too important to both her and her children. Besides, he'd never looked at her as anything but a friend, either. She gave herself a mental shake. It didn't matter anyway. With a sigh of relief, Rae typed in the last of the information and glanced at the clock. Perfect timing. She'd be ready to handle her root peeps who'd be bringing in their receipts. Unless something unexpected came up, she'd get out of here on time. "Now that you're finished, love, you've earned a break." Jason grinned as he walked back to Rae's desk. She gave a mental groan. Dylan Rademaker dashed into the office, grateful to be out of the rain. A couple of his accounts had called to reschedule their service, even though he'd explained the rain wouldn't be a problem. Now he'd have to play catch-up for the houses he hadn't been able to spray today. As much as he loved the spring, it could be a pain. He hung up his rain gear and pulled out the money from the customers who preferred to pay in cash. When it was raining, he had to be careful to keep the bills from getting soggy. That drove Rae crazy. Rae. His heart swelled whenever he thought of her. He'd fallen for her big time. Her and her sweet kids. Between them and his nephew Jaden, Dylan had the family he'd always wanted but never had. Except for the fact that she'd friend-zoned him, he was happy. Amelia had been working with him the last month to change that. She'd taken to dropping hints to Rae it was time for her to start dating again. It was Dylan's job to find a way for her to see him as more than a best friend. So far, he hadn't been able to bring up the subject. Every time he'd tried, his brain and mouth had refused to work together. He was about to step into her office when he heard a second voice. Jason Lee. Dylan poked his head around the door jamb just enough to catch a glimpse of the guy before pulling back. Why was he in there? Rae didn't do his books. Dylan frowned, edging closer so he could hear better. "Ah, come on, Rae. You need to do something for yourself for once," Jason was saying in that come-hither tone he used with all the females on the staff, even Amelia, who could have been his mother. "My kids are my priority. Besides, it hasn't been a year yet." "What's magical about a year, anyway? You just need to get out and have a good time for a change. Feel like a woman again." And Lee thought he was going to make her feel that way. Lee was a big-time player and probably thought since she was a lonely widow, she'd be easy prey. The edge of Dylan's vision turned red. "Hold your horses," Amelia whispered from behind Dylan, taking his arm. Only then did he realize he'd taken a step forward, his fists clenched. He let her pull him away from the door. "Did you hear that?" he hissed. "Yes, and it's not unexpected. He's been asking questions about her for a couple of weeks. And you didn't think to say anything to me?" Dylan didn't try to shake the feeling of betrayal. "Don't you get snarky with me," Amelia said. "I'm on your side, remember? But you're going to have to tread lightly here unless you're willing to risk what you already have with her." He let out a breath, his shoulders sagging. "You're right." Amelia was always right. She loved Rae too and wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her vulnerability. And she was vulnerable. Did Rae know that, though? She was so focused on her children that he and Amelia often had to remind her to take care of herself, too. Had they set her up for vultures like Jason? Dylan wanted more from her than friendship, but if he didn't handle it right, he risked losing even that. "What am I going to do? How can I protect her?" "First thing," Amelia poked his chest, "remember she's a grown woman, so don't you get into full-on rescue mode. She needs a partner, not someone who thinks she's stupid and can't figure things out for herself." "But no, what we need is to provide her with choices, and a little sabotage when necessary." Amelia now wore a mischievous grin. "What are you thinking, you devious woman? For one, she's been taking you for granted, Dylan. You've been such a great support to her. She's put you in the friend zone." "Don't I know it?" he said with a groan. "That was appropriate at first, but it's time for her to start living again." "But not with Lee." "No, not with him. The first thing we'll need to do is help her go out on a few lousy dates. It'll demonstrate how good the two of you are together," Amelia said sagely. "What about the sabotage thing?" "Well, don't you want to sabotage any date she has with Jason?" Amelia gave him a sly wink. "Why, yes," Dylan said with a grin. "Yes, I do." He stepped into Rae's office and approached her desk, where he had every right to be, unlike Lee. "Hey, Rae, I've got a bunch for you today." Dylan indicated Lee should move aside and said to him, "I know you're in a hurry." "What are you doing here so early?" Lee had pulled out his phone and was looking at it. "Don't you have somewhere else you need to be, like outside spraying houses?" "You know how it is when it rains." Dylan sat in the chair by Rae's desk. He pulled out his packet and tried to pretend Lee wasn't there. "Where did a name like Rademaker come from?" Jason's tone had turned condescending. "If I'd been born with it, I'd have already gone to court to have it changed." Dylan shifted in the chair to frown at the other man and was gratified to see Rae do the same thing from her seat. He scanned Lee's shorter frame. "Well, a more substantial man needs a more substantial name." Lee bristled. He straightened to his full height and looked about to say something. Amelia coughed from the doorway. "I really do need to get this finished," Rae said, glancing with concern between the two men. "We'll talk later, love." Lee winked at her and sauntered from the room. Dylan heaved out a breath. He wasn't usually confrontational, but every time that guy tried to schmooze Rae, it brought out Dylan's inner caveman. one he hadn't even known he had. "You have to stop the verbal sparring," Rae said. "He started it." Dylan leaned forward. "Do you think I should have let him get away with mocking my name? Sure, my father's a jerk, but he's a prestigious jerk. He might sue for defamation of, I don't know, something. I don't even get why they keep Lee on here." "You mean besides his sales numbers?" "Who cares about money?" Dylan shook his head, feeling stupid for letting the guy get under his skin. "I know he's the best at sales, but I don't trust him." "Well, at least you don't have to spend a lot of time around him, so don't. Just ignore him." Like he could ignore the guy when he was obviously in pursuit of the woman Dylan loved. "Except he keeps hanging around you." Fear flooded him that she'd think he was coming on to her too, and he quickly added, "We're friends, so it's hard to avoid a guy who's always around." Crud. That hadn't come out right at all, and Dylan gave himself a mental kick. How was he going to get Rae to see him as more than a friend if he kept reminding her that they were only friends? He needed to figure out how to do what Amelia had said, to show Rae how good they were together. All these months, Dylan had been careful not to push her and to give her time to heal from her loss. He'd always assumed she'd naturally see there could be more between them. What if she never did? Was she not attracted to him at all? He certainly was to her and would have thought it was obvious. But what if he were wrong? What if it were one-sided, and he was the only one who felt this way? "Were you going to hand me those receipts or just mangle them?" Rae asked tentatively. "Oh, sorry." He handed over the bills first and then the papers. "He just gets to me." "I know, but I don't think he's really a bad guy. I'm kind of surprised at your animosity, to tell the truth. You usually get along with everyone. You're one of the friendliest people I know. I'll bet if you gave him a chance, you'd find you have a lot in common." "Maybe." Dylan kept his voice noncommittal. He didn't want to argue with her over Jason Lee, of all people. Rae let out a sigh as she sorted through the receipts. "You ready for your final exam tonight?" "After you helped me study last night, yeah. This whole going back to school thing has been a new experience after all these years." "Once you get your business degree and can move up to a supervisory position, I think you'll be glad you did it," she said. "And it's fun having Jaden spend the evening with us when you're in class." "And he loves it. I'd better—" At the sound of their boss's office opening, Dylan snapped his mouth shut. Rae gave her attention to her monitor. "Dylan, can I have a word with you?" Swallowing, he rose and faced Mr. Green. The elderly man and his father had worked to build an independent company that had thrived in spite of being part of an industry of nationwide franchises. He was a firm but fair boss. Something in his expression made Dylan's stomach knot. Had he done something wrong? "Of course, sir." Dylan followed Mr. G inside and took the chair the old man indicated. He sat at his desk, folded his hands, and stared at Dylan without saying a word. "Can I help you with anything, sir?" he finally asked. "You've been with Green Pest Control for almost 8 years now." "Yes, sir," Dylan said slowly, trying to think of anything he could have done that might have bothered the boss. "You've been Employee of the Year the last 4 years running." "Yes, sir." So not something he'd done wrong. Mr. G heaved out a breath. "I'm going to be 70 later this year." Dylan nodded, and then what the older man had said sunk in. Mr. G was in excellent health and had always seemed happy to still be running his company. Had that changed? "My wife wants me to retire and consider taking an offer for a buyout." Dylan's heart sank, and he had to struggle to keep from showing it on his face. Being bought out by one of the big franchise companies would kill the independence Green Pest Control had fought for. They wouldn't have the flexibility to make quick changes and would have to rely on what the power brokers decided, regardless of whether they knew anything about the local area. During the years Dylan had worked for GPC, he'd seen how Mr. G's quick action had been able to stave off problems. "You know I have 3 children," Mr. G said. "Yes, sir. A doctor, a dentist, and a geneticist." The old man chuckled. "Ironic, isn't it? That the children of a pest control man would all go into healthcare fields?" Dylan shrugged, not sure what his boss was leading to. "Well, none of them want to run my business." "Understandable, I guess, from their point of view," Dylan said, bracing himself for the obvious announcement. He wondered why Mr. G was telling him only and not everyone. "I suppose, but it's left me in a tough spot." The elderly man rose to his feet and began to pace his office. "To turn the company my father and I built over to a conglomerate goes against everything I've fought for." "Then you're not selling?" "I didn't say that." Mr. G stopped in front of Dylan. "I want to sell GPC to you." He choked on the word, coughed, and tried again. "Me?" "Yes, you." Mr. G folded his arms. "You've been an exceptional and loyal employee, always looking for the best way to serve our customers while making the best use of our resources. I might not be talking to you if you hadn't made the decision to return to school and major in business." "Yeah, but Mr. G," fighting a sense of panic, Dylan leapt to his feet. "I've just started back. It's going to take me years to get my degree. And you know how much money I make." "What's important is how you've stepped up in other ways. You've taken on responsibility for your nephew, and I've seen how you've helped Rae with her children since her husband passed. In spite of all of that, you went back to school. You've continued to carry those burdens, and your work here hasn't suffered." Mr. G's expression turned somber. "I know it'd be asking a lot, but the alternative is to sell out." The words Dylan had meant to speak in disagreement froze on his lips. If they were swallowed up by a bigger company, everyone's jobs would be on the line. How would someone like me convince a bank to loan the money? "We can work around that if you're willing to take it on." The older man patted Dylan on the shoulder and said, "I know this is a lot to throw at you, and we do have time. Just give it some thought." He went back to his desk and sat down, giving Dylan a wave. Feeling like he'd just walked into an alternate reality, he left the office. "You all right?" Rae asked, her voice laced with concern. Even if Dylan could get his head around what had just happened, he had no idea how to put it in words. "I'll talk to you about it after class tonight." "Okay," she said, looking worried for him. As he walked away, he could feel her gaze on him. Whatever he chose to do, it seemed things were changing at Green Pest Control. How was it going to impact his plans to win her? Chapter 2. Rae nuzzled Beth's neck, and the toddler gave a little giggle. She'd finally started to speak a few words again. Her vocabulary hadn't been very big, but after Mike's death, the poor baby had gone silent. Then Dylan had moved in next door and changed that. Even though he'd been new to the surrogate father thing with his nephew, Dylan hadn't hesitated to take Preston and Beth under his wing, too. What would Rae have done without him these past months? He was always there when she needed him. "I love you, baby," Rae whispered as she put Beth in her bed and covered the child with a blanket. "Mama," Preston called from his bedroom, "are you going to read us a bedtime story?" Rae turned out the light and hurried into the other bedroom. The Littles were waiting on the bottom bunk with 5 picture books each. She laughed and squeezed in between them. Dylan's nephew, Jaden, was 8 months younger than her Preston, and they'd become fast friends the first time they'd met. By the time she'd finished the 4th book, both boys were asleep. She didn't bother to shift Preston to the top bunk. He'd be going to kindergarten in the fall, and she had a hard time lifting him up there now. She shifted them so one boy's head was at each end of the bed and spread a quilt over them. As she was coming down the stairs, a knock sounded on her door. Rae paused to listen for stirrings in the bedrooms upstairs, but heard nothing. She hurried to the door and looked through the peephole. Amelia. Rae unlocked the door. "What brings you over this fine spring evening?" Rae asked, moving aside to let Amelia enter. "I made some cookies and knew you'd be babysitting." Amelia stepped in and glanced around the room. They're already in bed. Well, I suppose they can enjoy them just as well tomorrow." She handed over the plate. "Or Dylan will eat them when he comes back." Rae headed toward her kitchen. "He's always hungry after class, especially on nights with tests." "He's a good man." Amelia sat at the table next to the laptop Rae had been working at earlier. The older woman folded her hands in a familiar position Rae had come to recognize as her "I'm about to dispense motherly advice" posture. Resigned, Rae set the plate in the middle of the table and took a chair. She'd lost her mother as a teen. While she loved her father dearly, he was emotionally distant. Over the years, she'd come to rely on Amelia for a lot of things a mother would have provided, especially when Rae had lost Mike. "It's time for you to start dating, hon. You've shut yourself off with your children long enough," Amelia nodded. "It was appropriate while the three of you were grieving, but it's time for you to start living again." "Just because I'm not dating doesn't mean I'm not living. Besides, I'm not interested in a romantic involvement." Rae didn't know why she kept her main reason secret. Maybe because the memory of her friend's tragedy was too scary. It could also be because she expected an argument from Amelia and didn't want to go there. Rae said, "It wouldn't be fair to the guy. I still see Mike everywhere." "And you'll continue to see him everywhere. He was a big part of your life. You had 2 beautiful children together. That's not ever going to change. But the fact that you've loved deeply before should help you to love deeply again." Amelia held up a hand to stop Rae's argument and said, "I'm not talking about finding yourself a boyfriend right now. I'm talking about socializing. You need a life outside of your children and work." Rae shook her head. "When I count their waking hours, their babysitter and I split their time nearly 50-50. I agree I need to have some other outlets, but I'm not going to leave my kids to be raised by my sitter during the day and then again at night so I can play. They're only going to be little for a few years. I won't lose that time with them." "I'm not suggesting you should. But I also know if you don't take time to fill your own vessel, you won't have anything to give your sweet children. I think it's been great that you've been watching Jaden for Dylan while he goes to class. Now that he's taken on the responsibility for that little guy, it's good he's trying to improve his own situation. I know he's also offered to reciprocate with the babysitting. I think you should take him up on it." Amelia pulled Rae's laptop between them. "It's time to get you set up on a dating site or 2. "No, not that." Rae tried to push the computer away from them. "You think I don't hear some of the single girls at the office talk about hit it and quit it? They get sent unsolicited pictures of naked men and invitations to hook up all the time. It's like they're on some list for free call girls where the guys don't even buy them dinner first. That's not for me. I'd rather be single and never go on another date in my life than subject myself to that kind of thing." "Well, it's a good thing I'd never ask you to join one of those." Amelia puffed up in indignation. "My land, girl! You should know me better than that. It'll be fine. I'll see to it. And if we need my Micah to beat someone up, I'm sure I can arrange it." Rae burst out laughing. Amelia's husband was a giant of a man with a grizzly beard. He could have been a senior version of an online wrestler, except he was the most gentle, tender-hearted person Rae had ever met. Each Christmas, he and Amelia would watch all the Hallmark Christmas movies, and Micah would bawl even worse than his wife. Every single time. "I'd like you to get some experience in the dating scene before Jason finally asks you out. He's so handsome, I'm afraid once he really puts on his charm, you'll fall for him before you've had a chance to see what's out there." "You and Dylan." The corner of Rae's eye twitched, and she rubbed her temples. "Jason's not going to ask me out." "He's calling you love now, isn't he?" Amelia shot her a knowing glance. "He always starts that before he asks a girl out. It could be any time now." Rae frowned. She didn't want confirmation of her own concerns. How do you know I'd go out with him if he did? Because he's so hot he melts the paint in any room he walks into. Amelia! Rae stared at her friend. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I can't appreciate a fine-looking man. The important thing is, Jason knows how to treat a lady. But he never gets serious with anyone, which is why he'd be perfect for you to go out with a few times. You did say you're not interested in a relationship, right? Amelia asked. Jason's not his reputation. He's a good guy and won't push the boundaries you set. I promise. I know you're not a hook-up kind of girl. It's time for you to get used to going out again. The woman was at least partly right. If Jason did ask Rae out, he'd be the perfect person to spend an evening with. She'd enjoyed talking to him before he'd started flirting with her. What dating site do you have in mind? Rae asked. Before Amelia could answer, a light knock on the door made Rae glance at the clock. She jumped to her feet. That'll be Dylan. Hey, he said when she opened the door. How's the little dude? He was a sweetheart, as usual. How'd your test go? I got an A. He threw his arms wide, and she stepped in to give him a quick hug. See, Rae said, stepping back. I was right. You didn't have anything to worry about. Amelia's here, and she brought over some cookies. Really? Dylan glanced over Rae's shoulder, his expression turning wary. Congratulations on your final, Amelia said. Now come and eat some of these cookies. Rae told me you're always starving after class. We're doing something I think you should be involved with, too. Hesitantly, he took the seat across the table from Amelia while Rae got a glass and some milk. Dylan found it difficult to push back his unease at finding Amelia at Rae's. Wasn't it enough that Mr. G had dropped that unimaginable offer right before a difficult final exam? What new complication was coming Dylan's way? We're going to set up Rae on the e-rapport dating site, Amelia said as she slid the plate of cookies closer to him. Rae took the seat next to Amelia, who added, I've heard good things about this one while I've been helping my daughter enter the dating scene again. We should do the same thing for you, Dylan. He inhaled some of the milk he was drinking and started choking. My thoughts exactly. Rae glanced at him, her expression both resigned and sympathetic, and handed him a napkin. Look, I'm just trying to figure out how to be like a dad to Jaden, Dylan said when he could speak. He tried to avert his head so Rae wouldn't see the questioning look he sent to Amelia. She winked at him. Wasn't she supposed to help him sabotage Rae's dates? Not set him up to go out on some too? You're in the same situation as Rae. You both need to have lives outside of the ones that revolve around work and your kids. And don't you both look at me like that? You know me better than to think I'd suggest you ditch the kids so you guys can go out and party. Amelia shifted the laptop so everyone could see the screen. Now listen while I explain. The application process for e-rapport is a little complicated because their goal is to match compatible people with similar interests. They're upfront about being a site for people who want more than physical relationships. They have a whole slew of questions you'll both need to answer. What kinds of questions? Rae asked. I'm really protective about what I post about my kids online. Don't worry, hon. You get to choose what prospective dates will see. For them to match you with the right people, they need to know things like what you think of yourself, how romantic you are, your core beliefs, that kind of thing. They've evaluated a lot of statistical data about conflict in relationships. And that conflict comes from where? Amelia grinned and held up both of her arms. Areas where a couple isn't compatible. Go figure. Wow, Amelia, I can't believe you know all this, Dylan said, more than a little impressed she'd taken the time to check it out. I told you I've been researching it with my daughter. She looked at Dylan. You remember my youngest who left her drunk husband? Well, when her divorce was final last month, we started checking out all the sites. And this is the one she settled on. Amelia opened a browser and typed in an address. They require people to work a little bit to get to know each other first. 2 people are required to have exchanged 20 communications, not only emoticons, before the system will let them share any pictures. They work really hard to stop the catfishers. The what? Rae asked. People who create fake accounts and pretend to be something or someone they're not, Amelia said. You haven't heard of catfishing? Dylan asked, surprised. I've heard of it. Rae's cheeks went that adorable pink he loved so much. I'm not totally ignorant. I just don't remember it being called that. Oh, honey, there have been catfishers long before the internet made it so easy to fool people. Now, Dylan, Amelia said, fire up your laptop so you two can do this together. While he retrieved it, she shifted to the end of the table and indicated he should sit next to Rae. He did as he was told. He'd prefer to sit beside her anyway. Let me know when you have the site up. Got it, he said. Amelia slid Rae's laptop to her. Wait, she said. You've already started filling this out for me? Only the basics. Amelia held up a finger. Remember, I was helping my daughter and needed someone I could plug in. I knew you'd be dealing with this eventually anyway, what with Jason asking questions about you. What? Rae asked, looking irritated. When was he asking questions about me? Dylan gritted his teeth to keep from saying anything and took it out on his keyboard. Only the last little bit, Amelia said. Well, he did ask me about you right after he started with us, but that was last summer, right after you'd lost Mike. I made it clear you were in mourning, and he's respected that, which is something that lifted my opinion of him. Dylan had to fight back a surge of alarm and reminded himself that Amelia was on his side. But what if she accidentally sent Rae into the arms of another man, like Jason Lee? I know neither of you think you're ready for this, but all we're going to do is let you get your toes wet. Like I said, this is an opportunity to meet some people you'd probably never have met otherwise. You both need to be exposed to people outside of your children and your good-looking neighbors. Rae met Dylan's gaze, the corners of her mouth twitching. His neck muscles relaxed. Now, Amelia continued, I always told my teens it was important to date a lot of different people so they could see how they were treated by them. That applied to my boys as well as my girls. She shot Dylan a meaningful glance. When you both find someone you'd like to get serious about, they should treat you exceptionally well. Like Micah treats you? Rae asked. Exactly like how Micah treats me. I made the mistake of getting married right out of high school, and not to him. Amelia's face turned sad. My parents didn't get along well and fought all the time. They were the perfect example of two people who were not compatible. It was a tough house to grow up in, and I couldn't wait to get out. You married to get away from home? Dylan asked. This was a side of Amelia he hadn't known about. Ever since he'd started with the company, she'd been like a mother to him. He didn't know why he'd always assumed she was naturally wise. It hadn't occurred to him she might have gotten that way through the school of hard knocks. The term she'd used often over the years took on new meaning. That's it exactly. He'd shown signs of a temper when we were dating, but never toward me. After we were married, I also found out he was a mean drunk. Did he hit you? Rae asked quietly, covering Amelia's hand with hers. Not at first, and when he did, I wasn't expecting it. Amelia's face took on a pinched look Dylan had only seen a couple of times. Her throat worked, and it took a couple of seconds before she could continue. See, I grew up in a home with a father who had a temper, but he was never physically violent. I guess I thought my first husband would be like him. The next day he was full of apologies and promised never to do it again. I'd called my mother to ask about leaving him, but she said it'd be tacky to do it so soon, that maybe I should train him right. You should have left. Dylan wanted to find and hit the guy himself. Don't worry on my behalf, though I appreciate the look on your face, Dylan. I did train him. Amelia's eyes crinkled. With a frying pan. You hit him? Rae sounded appalled. No, hun, but I would have if I'd had to make my point, and then repented of it later. As it was, I didn't have to because he learned real quick not to hit me. Amelia's gaze turned steely. All I had to do was show him my frying pan and remind him he'd have to sleep sometime. She heaved out a sigh. It wasn't a very Christ-like thing to do. I should have left him, which I did after 6 months. And I vowed I'd never put up with a man treating me like that again. I'd known Micah in school. As soon as my divorce was final, he stepped into my life, and I've never looked back. He's a great man and a wonderful father. We had a lot in common. There are so many things that have to fit in a marriage. It's a lot of hard work, like having kids, but it can be one of the most fulfilling things you'll ever experience in your life. Rae nodded, and Dylan felt a twinge of jealousy. He'd never had anything like that, but she'd had it with Mike. Dylan wanted to share it with her. Since you know I have experienced it, you know why I'm not looking for a relationship. No man should have to compete with my memories of Mike, Rae said. It wouldn't be fair to him. Dylan had wondered about that very thing, but hearing it verbalized made him shift uncomfortably in his seat. You're getting ahead of yourself now, Amelia said. What we're looking at is socializing, and I don't mean going out with the girls from the office or coming to my house for Sunday dinner. Girlfriends are awesome, and we love doing things with them, but they aren't men. Duh, Dylan said with a chuckle. Don't you get cheeky with me, young man. You know what I mean. Spending time with members of the opposite sex is fun. It is, he agreed, glancing at Rae. But I have that with Dylan, Rae said. Yes, you do, Amelia said with a wink. But you need to broaden your friend pool. Thanks, he said with a flat tone. The same goes for you. Amelia pointed to their computers. Now get busy answering all those questions. Chapter 3. When Amelia had gone and it was only the two of them typing away at their questionnaires, Dylan wanted to ask Rae how she felt about what they were getting involved in. It was fun watching how thoughtful her expression turned as she considered some of the questions, twisting a strand of her long brown hair around a finger. This is harder than my final exam, he said. It's like they want me to reach deep inside for the answers. That's not the kind of introspection I normally do. Same here. When I was growing up, I was taught not to speak too highly of myself, or people would think I was conceited. It was like the ultimate bad thing. I don't know if that's why it's so much easier to name my faults than my virtues. But if all I do is point those out, I'll come across as a total loser. Rae rubbed her temples. I've noticed you're way too hard on yourself. Dylan started to massage her tight neck muscles, wishing he didn't have to pretend the intimacy wasn't more than friendly. You always know exactly where the tension's the worst. She almost purred. I don't know if having such critical self-talk is just me or me being a girl. Dylan hadn't really thought about it before, but then his mind went to Jaden's mother. My sister's like that, he said. After so many years of being belittled by our father, I've never been able to convince her she's good enough. He'd often wondered how much their father's constant disapproval had contributed to Nora's addiction. She'd been in and out of rehab so much that at Christmas their wealthy father had refused to pay for it anymore. Now Dylan didn't know where she was. Nora hadn't made an effort to see Jaden since January. The saddest part was the little dude rarely asked about her anymore. You're quiet all of a sudden, Rae said softly, and Dylan gave her neck muscles one more squeeze before dropping his hands. Just thinking of Nora. I'm sorry, Rae said. I know you're worried about her. And Jaden, I'm afraid he's going to forget her. Then don't let him. She shifted in her seat to face him and covered his hand. Could she not feel the attraction thrumming where their skin touched? How? Go through any photo albums you have. Don't avoid talking to him about her. I mention Mike to the kids all the time. And didn't Dylan know it, too? It was the most ridiculous thing to be jealous of a dead man. Dylan would give anything to have Rae speak of him so lovingly. But what if it makes him miss her more? Be honest that she's trying to get well. No, don't look like that. Do you really think deep down inside she doesn't want to get better so she can be a mom to her boy again? Maybe, deep down inside, if the drugs haven't killed it. The difference between Nora and Mike is she's choosing to stay away. How do you explain that to a 4-year-old? I am sorry. Rae rested her head on his arm. But there is a chance she can beat this someday, and you want to have Jaden prepared in case it happens. And what if she never does? Dylan asked, wishing he dared to put his arm around her shoulders. And he spends his entire childhood waiting for a mother whose addiction is always more powerful than her love for her son. I wish I knew the perfect answer, she said, but I feel strongly that his memories of his mother should be positive. Dylan's mind conjured a picture of his little dude at the window during their first weeks together, looking for the mother who never came. It was hard to stay positive when faced with the hurt and disappointment on Jaden's face, but Rae's words had truth in them that Dylan couldn't deny. He had to find a balance between doing the very best for both his sister and her son. You're right. I've let myself get discouraged. I'll do better. You're doing fine. I haven't met a finer man than you, Dylan. Rae straightened and met his gaze. She was so beautiful. Her rich brown eyes seemed to draw him in. He loved the way she smelled, a combination of her shampoo, the perfume she liked, and baking. Dylan's gaze dropped to her lips as she licked them. The earlier thrumming of attraction surged through him, and he forgot himself. He leaned in with every intention of kissing that luscious mouth. What if you ruin your friendship? At the thought, Dylan shifted and kissed her cheek instead. Thank you. He pulled back and faced his laptop again. That means a lot to me. It's not like I had much experience with kids before Jaden came to live with me. You've helped a lot. Forcing his hands not to shake at the near miss, he started typing again. Rae hesitated a moment before turning back to her own computer. Had she read his intent? She knew him really well, and he had a hard time hiding things from her. Had he wrecked it? How can they match people based on some of these questions? She finally asked, sounding a little frustrated. I've known plenty of guys who thought they were a gift to women. And they weren't. Well, they sure weren't for this woman. Of course, I'm not into middle-aged, balding men with pot bellies who think they're all the rage. A funny look crossed her face. That wasn't very nice. Just because I don't find someone attractive doesn't mean no one else would. What kind of men do you find attractive? Dylan tried to keep his voice level, like he was only casually interested. I find you attractive, Dylan Rademaker, and I can't. Rae pressed her lips together to keep from crying out the words, her face going warm. For a second there, she'd been sure he was about to kiss her. The outrageous idea, instead of blowing her away like it should have, had sent an unexpected thrill through her. How could a couple of seconds of looking into his eyes have flipped her world upside down? He'd been about to give her a friendly, brotherly peck, and she'd been ready to lay a big one on him. She swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. Since her disastrous birthday last year, he'd become the dearest of friends. She could talk with him about almost anything. Their lives had become intertwined in every way. At the moment, they were like a family without the complication of a romance. Still, she couldn't deny she'd wanted Dylan to kiss her. Amelia was right. Rae must be coming alive again, and poor Dylan had been in the wrong place when she'd felt the first stirrings. She wouldn't risk what they had because she'd been tempted to kiss him. Even if he reciprocated those feelings, it wouldn't work. Rae would not allow herself to get involved with anyone. I think what I find attractive comes from inside, Rae said, keeping her voice level, and I can only see that by getting to know someone well. People are sometimes gorgeous on the outside but have no personalities at all. There was one guy in high school who was like that. Really good looking. Varsity quarterback, one of the popular kids. My best friend crushed on him, but she didn't look like one of the cheerleaders. He never gave her a second glance. Instead, she became good friends with his sidekick. That was kind of creepy, Dylan said, pausing in his typing. Not really. She wasn't trying to become the sidekick's girlfriend so she could get close to the hottie. When Dylan scowled, Rae gave a soft chuckle. The quarterback really was handsome, But my friend said once she got to know him better, she found out his looks were the only thing he had going for him. He got a 0 in the personality department. The average-looking sidekick, however, oozed it. So you're saying attractive people don't have to develop good personalities because they can get by on their looks? Well, it'd be grossly unfair to say that about all attractive people, so no, but I've known some people it fits. My grandmother used to tell me anyone can be attractive if they spend some time on their appearance and are clean. Of course, she also told me I looked unfinished. Unfinished? Dylan gave a gratifyingly insulted scowl. You don't look unfinished. Thanks. She called me that during my awkward teenage years when I had acne and braces. Oh, the gawky teenager. He gave a soft chuckle. I grew so fast one year that I was the king of clumsy because nothing was the same distance it'd been a couple of months earlier. I was constantly misjudging things. I did that when I was pregnant. Rae considered his handsome face. Amelia's right about you. I'm surprised you don't have a girlfriend. I did until a year ago. I thought I'd told you about her. We broke up not long before I got Jaden. I was already getting him a lot, and she said I had to choose between him and her. Dylan shrugged. The back of Ray's eyes burned. She wasn't surprised at the choice he'd made. He was that kind of guy. The memory of her friend's daughter came to mind. She'd found out the hard way that a significant other could mistreat children from a previous marriage, and sometimes kill them. You're a good man, Rae finally said. I try to be. All I have to do is the opposite of what my father would have done. Dylan rubbed the back of his neck. I guess no parent's completely worthless. They can always serve as a bad example. I've only met your dad once. He did come across as kind of cold, but I'll bet he believes he's doing what's best. He could be worse. She met Dylan's gaze, thinking of her friend. So much worse. Maybe, he heaved out a breath. I remember the look on Nora's face when he'd rant about her failings and what a disappointment she was. He's such a drill sergeant, even now. In high school, my curfew was 10. 10! I was such a Boy Scout, always trying to win his approval. I did exactly what he wanted me to, no matter how unreasonable it was. And he still wouldn't trust me, always assuming the worst. In the end, both Nora and I ended up rebelling. Like you dropping out of college and going to work as a bug sprayer because he thought it beneath you? Rae shifted in her chair again to face him. Oppositional defiance, anyone? You got me there. Dylan gave a dark chuckle. Bit off my nose to spite my face, as Amelia would say, didn't I? Not that I'm sorry. Sure, it's harder now to go to school than it would have been when I didn't have Jaden. But when my father was paying the tuition, I had to study what he wanted. He glanced at her, doubt flashing across his face. You don't think I should have studied law like he was demanding, do you? Not if you didn't want to be a lawyer, which you've said before you didn't. What were you like in high school? Were you one of the hot guys? Hot guys? Right. We had the right address to run with the popular kids, but I never liked them. Their games reminded me too much of the ones my father played. And if your curfew was 10, you weren't a partier. Definitely not, at least not until I moved out. He went quiet, his expression taking on the worry she saw whenever he spoke of his sister. What? Rae asked. I did a lot of stupid stuff the first 6 months I was on my own. After what happened to Nora, I've wondered why I didn't end up like her. Why did she get hooked and I didn't? From what I've read, addiction's a complicated thing. It's not always just physical. I'm glad you came to your senses before it trapped you too. Where would Jaden be without you? Where would she have been without Dylan? What about you? He asked. Me? I was kind of a nerd and ran with the brainiacs. I didn't even go to prom. Her cheeks went hot. I didn't go either, because of my stupid curfew. He was watching her with such an intense gaze. Why does that bother you? Because it's kind of a rite of passage I didn't get to experience. I didn't fit the mold, and so much of my self-esteem was tied to fitting in, which I didn't. It shouldn't be tied. I know that now, but back then it was proof to me I wasn't attractive, which meant I wasn't good enough. You don't feel that way now, do you? Dylan leaned forward, forcing her to meet his gaze, like he thought she'd lied to him. He seemed oddly intense tonight. No, Rae said. Mike helped me with that. I'm guessing you didn't know him in high school then? We met in college. I didn't really know what I wanted to study anyway, so when we got married, I quit school and worked while Mike finished his degree. Are you sorry you dropped out? Not really, especially now it's only me and the kids. Mike left us in a good place financially. I'm not rich, but with the children's survivor benefits, I could probably afford to work part-time and go back to school. But my job is great, and the people I work with are like family. I have good benefits, and most days I'm not under a lot of pressure. When I come home after work, I'm not completely drained with nothing left to give my children. If I went to school, I could get a better paying job, but I'd also have a lot more responsibility. There's a reason people get paid big bucks. Rae faced her laptop again. I can go back to school when they're older. It's kind of funny because Amelia's giving me a hard time about tying my identity with my kids. I can't win. You don't have to do this e-report thing if you don't want to. I know, but it'll probably be good for me to step outside of my comfort zone. Rae nudged his shoulder with hers. And I'll have good company. I might have backed out of it if you hadn't agreed to do it too. Dylan yawned. This went way later than I expected, Rae said. Leave Jaden here for the night. I appreciate it, Dylan said. If I try to wake one, both of the littles will be up. He closed his laptop, debating if he should drop the bomb tonight. It was getting late. Was it too late? What's bothering you? Rae asked. I can tell something is, and I'll bet it had something to do with your little meeting this afternoon with Mr. G. She knew him so well now. Dylan let out a breath and met her gaze. He's had an offer to sell, and his wife wants him to take it. Rae's complexion blanched. She understood the implications, too. My thoughts exactly. Dylan dropped his gaze to his clenched fists and chose his words carefully. He told me about another option. Something that involves you? She blinked. Does he want you to take over? Sort of. He wants me to buy the company from him. Saying the words aloud made all Dylan's earlier doubts come back full force. Have you got a fortune you've never told me about? Rae asked with a disbelieving snort. Just that trust my father's made clear he won't release early, but it wouldn't be enough to buy a company like GPC anyway. Dylan told her what their boss had said. I love the idea of keeping our independence, and I think you'd do great running the show. But you'd have to finance it. So, again, I ask how someone in your situation could qualify for the funding. Rae shook her head. With her statement, the myriad of thoughts that had been rolling through his mind seemed to coalesce into one. Mr. G said there were ways to work around that. I think the real question is if I'm willing to do it. Maybe you're right. Rae's expression turned contemplative. Have you decided what you're going to do? Dylan shook his head. There's a big difference between going back to school to be a supervisor and being the manager. He grimaced. The owner. It might be happening sooner than you planned, but it's not all that alien an idea, is it? I don't know. Maybe. He rubbed his face, weary. There were so many more things pulling at him now. He had the care of Jaden and was as involved with Beth and Preston as if they were Dylan's responsibility, too, and trying to help Rae. I've never made good decisions when it's late, and I'm tired. You must be exhausted, Rae said, rising. Mr. G told you to think about it. I'd suggest you take some time to do that. Weigh the pros and cons. I'm sure he's expecting you to have more questions. Dylan looked up at Rae, glad he'd decided to tell her. She was always the best sounding board. As always, you're right. Thank you. He rose, resisting once again the temptation to kiss her. At least, if he were busy, he'd have something to distract him from her. A little. Chapter 4. After 2 weeks, Rae had received a surprisingly high number of e-rapport contact requests. She felt like she suddenly had a score of pen pals, especially when she discovered a couple of the men were from outside of the U.S. She found it fun to learn about them and appreciated how the system required them to spend time getting acquainted. One local man had suggested they hook up on the second message. She'd told him to try a different app. He'd been ugly in his response, so she blocked and reported him. Eventually, she would face the possibility of having to meet some of these men. The thought made her a little sick to her stomach. Amelia's suggestion that some of her new contacts might be catfishers also made her uneasy. As a result, Rae worked hard to be scrupulously honest about her intentions. If she were ever to meet any of the men, she wanted them to feel like they already knew her. She had to hope they'd be as forthright themselves. If only she could talk with Dylan about it. Ever since she'd almost kissed him, their relationship had turned strained. It made her sad. Of all the times to need a best friend to talk to, it was now. It felt like they'd had a fight, except they hadn't. Was she the one making things awkward between them? If so, she'd have to fix it or go crazy. Hearing his voice coming from the back room, Rae took a breath. Might as well start now. Dylan entered the office, his attention on his phone. He made his way to the chair beside her desk and sat down without glancing at her. "Have you heard anything?" she whispered. He glanced at her, looking confused. "Why are you whispering?" He leaned closer, his expression conspiratorial. "Have you had any contact requests on e-rapport?" A flush rose up Dylan's neck. He had, and he hadn't told her. Why? Anyone look promising? Rae forced herself to ask. She had an overwhelming need to know what kind of women e-rapport would think were matches for him. A funny look crossed his face, and she wished she could read his mind. "I've been messaging a few of them," he shrugged. "One in particular has been pushing for us to meet." That fast? Rae had already worried he'd eventually find someone, marry, and move on to have his own family, which was totally selfish of her to wish wouldn't happen. She might not be able to consider it for her own future, but he deserved to find a good woman, one who would be able to love and accept Jaden as though he were her own child. Rae was determined to watch out for Dylan's interests. "You've already fulfilled the minimum requirements to meet in person?" she asked. "Yeah?" Dylan straightened, looking surprised. "Haven't you?" "Almost, but only with one. I've been taking my time." "Is it someone you'd be willing to meet in person?" He seemed more alert than he had a moment earlier. "I don't know." Rae glanced away, uncomfortable at voicing the concerns she'd been fighting. "Not a good match for you?" Dylan asked the question slowly, like he'd had to choose his words carefully. "Meeting him in person would make it too real." "Seriously, Rae? Isn't meeting people in person kind of the point?" "For him, maybe." She rested her elbows on the desk and rubbed her temples. When Amelia first suggested the dating site, it seemed like a good idea. I have been closing myself off. Rae glanced at Dylan. If not for you, I'd have turned into a total hermit. "Then why are you having second thoughts?" "Because the more I get to know these men through messaging, the more I realize they're looking for something I can't give them." Dylan's eyes flashed. "Has anyone made any inappropriate—" "No." Rae told him about the hookup guy. "None of these other guys have said anything creepy." "Then what's bothering you?" "They're looking for something serious, not casual dating." Rae let out a long sigh. Why hadn't Amelia found a site for people who were only looking for a social life? Not hookups and not marriage. "Sorry if I overreacted." Dylan looked both embarrassed and relieved. She found it kind of sweet that he'd been concerned for her. He said, "You stated up front you're only interested in dating widely, right? That means the guy should know what they're getting into. But you need to understand this. If a guy is really interested in you, he'll think he can change your mind." There was something unexpectedly intense in his expression, and Rae didn't know what to think of it. She still hadn't told anyone about her decision not to remarry until her children were grown. Amelia would undoubtedly argue about it and wouldn't let it go. Dylan might understand, but she wasn't sure he wouldn't try to change her mind too. Thanks to his friendship, Rae was finally climbing out of the despair that had nearly overwhelmed her after Mike's death. With that and Dylan taking on the job of a male role model for her children, what more did she need? Her life had come to a good place, something she'd wondered if she could have again. Why couldn't it simply stay this way? "What about you?" she asked. "Have you had second thoughts about doing this?" Dylan leaned back in the chair, wearing his serious face. Once again, he seemed to give his words a lot of thought before he finally spoke. "I was thinking I should take up Cynthia on her invitation to meet." "She goes by Cynthia, not Cindy?" "She said it goes with her business." Dylan shrugged. "She's into interior design." "Style by Cynthia?" Jasmine, the termite account bookkeeper, asked, standing in the doorway between the two offices. Rae frowned, irritated the other woman had been eavesdropping. "You've heard of it?" Dylan asked. "Oh, yeah. My mother likes her stuff. She does cool videos on decorating." Jasmine shot him a sly look. "I've met her before, and she seems a little classy for a pest control guy." "There's nothing wrong with a pest control guy." Rae shot him a meaningful look. The corners of his mouth twitched. What would Jasmine say if she knew he could soon be her boss? Mr. G hadn't mentioned Dylan buying the company again, so he and Rae had decided the night before he'd approach the old man for more information. "Dylan cleans up really nice," Rae said. "Whatever." Jasmine rolled her eyes. "Don't listen to her." Rae glanced at him and found he was laughing softly. "What?" "I'm not laughing at you. I was thinking my father would agree with her." Dylan turned thoughtful. "I'll have to look back and see if I ever mentioned what I do for a living. Jasmine may have a point." He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Anyway, I don't want to meet her alone." "You won't be alone. You'll be with her." "That's not what I mean. I was thinking about a group date. It'd take off a lot of the pressure." He got that odd expression again, and she wondered what secret insecurities he might be hiding. Until Amelia had come up with this dating thing, Rae had thought she and Dylan had talked about everything. Now she wondered what he'd been holding back. He asked, "What if we did it together? You and your guy, and me and Cynthia?" Rae's spirits lifted. Nothing could be too bad with Dylan there, and she'd have a chance to see what kind of woman this Cynthia was. "That might be fun," she said. "I think I could handle meeting someone in a group." "What's this about a group?" Amelia asked, stepping around the corner. Rae wondered how long she'd been listening, too. They really needed to save these conversations for when they were home and wouldn't have an office full of potential listeners. Amelia might be a godly woman, but she had her flaws like anybody else, and she didn't have any compunction about eavesdropping. Dylan, of course, looked completely unfazed. "We were talking about having our first dates together as a group," he said. Amelia exchanged glances with him, and something seemed to pass between them. It was almost like they were keeping a secret from Rae. "What are you two up to?" she asked. "Dylan's been out of the dating pool far too long," Amelia said. "I think a group date would be the perfect solution." "Then show me some sympathy, okay?" Rae asked. "I'd like to go on a double date, assuming my guy is ready for it." She hoped he wasn't. "What's his name, anyway?" Amelia asked. "Reuben?" Rae schooled her features, wondering what the others would say. Not that there was anything wrong with the name. For the first time since Amelia had first suggested the whole dating thing, she looked worried. "Isn't that an old man's name?" "No, it's not an old man's name," Rae said. "Yeah, Dylan named a famous soccer player." "Don't forget that R&B singer," Rae added. Amelia shot them both a flat look. "I can see Dylan knowing the name of a soccer player," But since when did you start liking R&B, Rae? I haven't, she laughed. I thought the same thing as you and looked up guys named Reuben. I was surprised at how many there are. Reuben? Where have I heard that name? Dylan pulled out his phone. What's his last name? Zabala. Zabala. He did a search on his phone. Reuben. You're talking about Ben Zabala, the attorney? Well, he did say he's a lawyer, Rae said. But his account says Reuben. Do you know him? There's a partner in my father's firm named Ben Zabala. Dylan held out his phone so Rae could see the picture. Is this him? That looks like his picture on e-rapport. Frowning, Dylan jumped to his feet. Well, I should get the little dude from his sitter. He started to leave but turned back. Let me know what Reuben says about going out. Rae could tell he was irritated with her, and she had no idea why. I'm not sure what just happened, she said when he'd gone. If you haven't noticed, hon, Dylan's shy. Amelia sank into the chair by Rae's desk and stretched her feet in front of her. I think it's sweet of him to do this for you. For me? How is he doing this for me? I thought he was doing it for you. That boy would not be on a dating site for an old woman like me. He's doing this to support you, and it's scaring him to death. Don't you remember how nervous he was to sing in public? You mean at the flash mob you talked him into doing with you last Christmas? Rae had been there when he'd sung with Amelia and her church group at the mall. It had been a bucket list moment. But he only agreed because he wouldn't have to do it alone. I can guarantee you he wouldn't have done a solo up there. It's the same thing with this. He wants to support you, and now he's being faced with having to go on a blind date. Amelia was right. Rae had never seen him so nervous as when he'd sung at the mall. Later, he'd finally agreed to sing solo for her, but only with the stipulation that she accompany him. It had meant she'd had to start practicing her piano again, which hadn't been a bad thing. Then he'd pulled her into singing with him, too. The Littles had wanted to participate, and even Beth was trying to take part now. But it hadn't occurred to Rae that Dylan had gone along with the dating site to help her. It made her heart give a little lurch. He was such a good friend. If he were doing this for her, then she could ask Reuben if he'd like to go out to dinner. If he wasn't interested, it didn't really matter. She'd know soon enough. Dylan was still irritated as he strode to his car. He might be crazy about Rae, but her blindness to his real motivations got to him sometimes. It was almost like she thought he was an extension of her, so, of course, he saw things the same way she did. Would she ever see he was in love with her and wanted to be the one taking her out? He put his frustration into kicking a rock. When it almost hit a GPC truck, he winced. Careful there, unless you want to pay for a new paint job. Dylan closed his eyes. You're right, sir. Opening his eyes, he turned to face Mr. G and said, I've done what you asked. And what did you decide? The older man's voice had gone from humorous to neutral. His body had stiffened, almost like he were preparing himself for bad news. We think I need more information. We? Mr. G arched a brow, his posture relaxing a little. As in you and Rae? Yes, Rae. I couldn't imagine making a big decision like this without talking it over with her first. Sounds like me and the missus. That's why when she said I needed to start planning my retirement, I paid attention. You waiting until it's been a year after Rae's husband's death to pop the question? Dylan stared at him. Don't worry, Mr. G said with a chuckle. You've helped her a lot this last year. You'll make a good couple. His expression turned considering. A power couple, but one with heart. About your earlier proposition, Dylan began. After having thought about it since that first meeting, he thought he understood why Mr. G had made the offer. He didn't want to sell his business to a conglomeration. And what have you and Rae decided? The older man asked. That I need more information? I'm interested. That's wonderful! Mr. G suddenly pulled Dylan into a fierce man-hug. "My entire life has been tied to this company, and I couldn't bear to turn it over to someone unworthy of it. But I haven't said I'll do it, that I can do it." Had he done the wrong thing? "Don't worry about that part." Mr. G stepped back. "I want you to have my company, so I'll do everything I can, within reason, to make sure you're at the helm. Financing is the main thing." Dylan shoved his hands in his pockets. "I'm not rich, and you want to retire. I've had my attorney and accountant look at funding options in case you wanted to do this. I'm sure we'll find something that will work." Mr. G's expression turned serious. "It will make it easier if you have some capital to put toward it. I know you and your father don't get along, but do you think he might be willing to partner with you on this?" "I'd never go into business with him." The thought left a bad taste in Dylan's mouth. Besides not wishing to be tied to his father like that, they'd never see eye to eye on how to run the business. "I do, however, have a trust that came from my maternal grandfather. It's not mine until I'm 30, unless I can talk my father into releasing it sooner." "Well, we can work with that. I'll have my people contact you for details so they can work it into the plans." Mr. G grinned and clapped Dylan on the back. "It's great to have you in the family for real now." Without another word, he turned and left. It looked like Dylan's life was about to change big time. Again. Chapter 5. When Dylan had suggested they go on their first dates together, he'd had no idea how hard it would be to work around everyone's schedules. That had included Amelia, who was watching the kids. He knew she enjoyed tending them, but she must really be invested in this idiotic dating ploy because it looked like she could be doing a lot of babysitting if he and Rae lined up dates on the same nights. He grabbed his keys, wishing he'd be driving to the restaurant with Rae. It made sense to him since they lived next door to each other. But she'd nixed it, saying it'd be too weird for them to arrive together when they'd be meeting other people. When Dylan heard the sound of Rae's door, he opened his and paused, having to push back a surge of jealousy. The little black dress fit her curves perfectly, and some other guy was going to be her date. "You ready for this?" Dylan asked. "As ready as I'll ever be." She straightened his tie and brushed off a piece of lint from his sleeve. Did she recognize what a wifely thing it was to do? Rae said, "You look really nice." "So do you." He cleared his throat. "Couldn't we just have dinner?" "Don't we wish?" Rae slid her arm through his, and they went down the stairs. Amelia had taken the kids to her house for a sleepover, saying it'd be better than dragging them home late. He didn't really expect the date to go that long. Cynthia was fun to talk to, and he liked her a lot. If he wasn't already in love with someone else, there might even be romantic potential with her. As it was, he now understood Rae's reticence about doing this. It'd been easy for him to tell her to be upfront with the guys she went out with, but he felt like a fraud. "Well," Rae said when they reached her car, "I'm glad you're going to be there tonight." "Me too, about you." Dylan held open the door for her. "Good luck." "Thanks." She wiped her hands on her dress and slid into the seat. The gesture made him want to do the same thing on his slacks. Was it wrong for him to be glad she was as nervous as he was? He closed the door and jogged to his car a couple of spaces down. It'd have been so much better if he'd had someone to talk to as he drove there. Rae could talk him off the quitter ledge. He purposefully parked a few spaces down from her car so it wouldn't look like they'd come together. She met his gaze, her hands sliding down her dress again. If she was this nervous with him there, how bad would it have been for her to do it alone? "You should go first," he said. "I can follow a few paces behind you." Rae gave a little sigh and headed toward the restaurant. He stared after her, his gaze drawn again to how well that dress fit. Dang, but did she have any idea how hot she was in it? He blinked and looked away, heaving out a breath. She wouldn't appreciate him gawking at her. Dylan strode toward the front of the restaurant, where several people stood, including Rae, who was scanning the parking lot. It looked like her date wasn't there yet. Dylan's spirits lifted. Maybe the guy wouldn't show up. But no, there was no way she'd stay, and he'd be stuck on a solo date with someone Jasmine thought he wasn't good enough for. A flashy, late-model Jaguar in mint condition pulled up. The driver hopped out and tossed his keys to the valet parking guy in a manner similar to the one Dylan had seen his father use dozens of times. Was it something all the attorneys at his father's office did? Or had Ben Zabala learned it from Dylan's dad? Was that the only thing Ben mimicked? If a man like his father could cast off his daughter, what would he do with another man's children? If Rae fell for a guy like that, what would happen to Preston and Beth? Zabala got one of those two large grins as he approached Rae. He didn't simply extend his hand, but kissed her cheek. Dylan couldn't understand what they said, but the lawyer must have suggested they go inside because Rae shook her head and indicated Dylan. Zabala glanced his way, his brows darting up in recognition. Fortunately, Cynthia's car drove up. It was obviously her car since she'd had it wrapped with her business name, logo, and web address channel. She stepped out and, like Zabala, handed her keys to the valet. Cynthia was dressed to a T in a slinky dress that glittered in the early evening sunshine. She wore a fair amount of bling, but it didn't seem overdone, even to Dylan's clueless eyes. He felt tacky in his department store suit. Jasmine was right. Cynthia was way out of his league. Her gaze stopped on him, and she grinned, raising a hand in greeting. "Ooh, Dylan, you look good enough to eat." Her teasing comment drew Rae and Zabala's attention, and they stared. Dylan's ears went hot. Her remark matched her text messages and the few telephone chats they'd had. After Jasmine's comment, he'd found Cynthia's YouTube channel and watched a few of her videos where she discussed interior design issues. She had a nice balance between talking business with peers and keeping things simple for people like him who knew nothing about it. She was well-spoken, though she did tend to turn flirty whenever she had a male guest on her show. He'd thought he was used to it. However, in the very public parking lot, in front of Rae and his father's business partner, it seemed to draw attention to Dylan's inadequacies. He'd never been into that kind of girl himself, so he hoped she wasn't putting too much stock into their little date. It was obvious to him they weren't going to connect, even if he hadn't already been into Rae. Cynthia moved toward him in a fluid, graceful motion that seemed to ooze sex appeal. She had Zabala's attention for sure. With Rae on his arm, he watched, practically drooling, as Dylan's date approached. If Rae's smirk hadn't shown how it amused her, he'd have been angry on her behalf. He took his cue from her and greeted Cynthia with a kiss on the cheek. He met Rae's gaze and gave a small eye roll, which almost made her laugh out loud. His shoulders relaxed for the first time. Dylan was glad she was there with him. They were bound to laugh over it when the double date was over. He wished all their dates could be doubles. It might actually be fun. "The other couple is over there." He offered Cynthia his arm at the same time he indicated Rae and Zabala. He knew it as soon as Cynthia met the attorney's gaze. It was like something tangible zipped between them. Dylan looked at Rae, who was watching it happen with raised brows. Were they seeing love at first sight? Since he knew them both, Dylan made the introductions. "Didn't expect to see you here, Rademaker," Zabala said. "I wondered if Reuben and Ben were the same person." The attorney flushed. "I like to keep my personal and business lives separate." "Do you?" Cynthia asked. "I can't." "What do you do?" Ben asked. She began a long explanation while they entered the restaurant together. Dylan and Rae were left to follow. I've never felt so much like an afterthought in my life, Rae said, looking like she was still trying not to laugh. Do you think they'd notice if we left? He asked, trying not to sound too hopeful. We've got a babysitter for the night. Is there something you'd rather do? You're here, I'm here. We arranged this date with Reuben and Cynthia. If they're so absorbed with each other, we can still have a nice meal. At least this way, we'll have something to report to Amelia. Good answer. By the way, I told Mr. G. Did you? Rae asked, pausing. When? What did he say? I'll let you know later. Let's go catch up with our dates, Dylan said with a chuckle as he offered her his arm. Reuben was still chatting away with Cynthia as he paid for his half of the meal. Rae was reaching into her purse to pull out her phone when Dylan's went off. It was his father's ringtone. In the last 9 months, she'd only heard it twice, and both had been about Nora. Excuse me, Dylan said, fumbling to grab it. I have to take this. Rae didn't know what to do since she was technically Reuben's date. While he and Cynthia continued to talk, Rae watched Dylan where he paced back and forth near the entrance. Even at that distance, she could tell when his shoulders slumped. Something bad had happened. Excuse me, but it appears Dylan and I may have a joint emergency. Same sitter, you know, Rae said, rising. Thank you so much for the lovely dinner, Reuben. Cynthia, it's been a pleasure to meet you. She didn't wait for a response, but grabbed her purse and hurried to Dylan. Well, thank you for calling to let me know. Dylan ended the call and looked at Rae. Nora's overdosed again. Is she? Rae couldn't bring herself to say the word. No. The last word came out barely a whisper. Where do they have your sister? When he named the hospital, Rae said, I'll bet your father refuses to see her. You have to. I plan on it. Dylan rubbed his face, looking lost. Will you come with me? Of course. Rae's heart ached for him as she took his hand. I'll drive. Thank you. They hurried from the restaurant. Fortunately, she hadn't used valet parking, so it didn't take long to reach her car. Rae went over the silly things that had happened during their odd double date, hoping it would be enough to distract him. It must have worked, at least partially, because Dylan would give a soft chuckle every once in a while. She found a parking spot near the emergency entrance, and they hurried inside. Nora Rademaker is in the psychiatric ward, the attendant said when Dylan asked about his sister. Someone coughed, and the woman ducked her head. Dylan had turned at the sound and faced an older woman. I'm Dylan Rademaker, Nora's brother. His clasp on Rae's hand tightened. Is this your wife? He shook his head. I'm Dr. Mackin. I'm glad someone from your family has come. The hint of accusation made Dylan flinch. He came as soon as he got word, Rae said in his defense. Don't blame him for his father. I need to have a word with you, sir, the doctor said. I'll wait over here. Rae turned to face Dylan. Pay close attention to what she says so you'll know what we can do to help. I'll be right out here. He nodded and pulled her in for a quick hug before following the doctor. It turned out to be a long wait. Rae stared at the TV but couldn't concentrate enough to take in any details of the movie. What was the doctor telling Dylan that would take so long? Or had he been allowed to visit his sister? How was he holding up? Rae glanced at her phone. Midnight. It was a good thing Amelia had offered to keep the children overnight. A door opened and a haggard-looking Dylan stepped through. Rae jumped to her feet and rushed to take his hand. Is she all right? She's alive, if that's what you mean. Dylan pulled her into his arms again, his body shuddering. He must have managed to keep it together until now, so Rae held him. She'd never met his sister, but the woman's absence had been an ever-present elephant in the room for him and Jaden. When the two had first moved next door to Rae, the little boy had talked about his mother a lot. Whatever other problems she was dealing with, she'd managed to leave him with good memories. Thank you. Dylan released her and wiped his eyes. Can we get a coffee? I have to talk about this. Whatever you need. Rae took his hand and they headed out to her car. He didn't say anything until they'd been seated in the all-night diner and ordered their drinks. When that woman said Nora was in the psych ward, I assumed she'd attempted suicide. Dylan stared past Rae out the window. I wondered that too. She leaned back so the server could put a mug of hot chocolate on the table and then topped Dylan's cup of coffee. Nora didn't? The doctor didn't think it was a conscious attempt. He met Rae's gaze, the shadows under his eyes even more pronounced. Then why the psych ward? Because she was hallucinating. She looked awful, Rae. Dylan buried his face in his hands. All she could do was reach across the table and touch his arm. He finally looked up. I asked if she wanted to see Jaden. I thought it might give her a reason to keep trying. But Nora freaked out. She screamed that she'd stayed away to protect him. Dylan's voice dropped to barely more than a whisper. She said she doesn't want his memories to be of her like she is now. The hot chocolate sat in her stomach like a weight. It sounds like your sister expects she's going to die. Yeah, Nora's dying, if only by slow starvation. She's skin and bones. Dylan's voice cracked. I don't know what to do for her. I don't see how you can do any more than you're already doing by keeping her son safe and happy. You're probably right. At least she has peace of mind there. He signaled the server for the bill. Let's get you back home. I didn't mean to keep you so long. I'm glad you did. Rae was pleased she'd finally been able to return the favor, even in this small way. Dylan had been there for her so many times. Because of the late night, Dylan slept in. What would he have done if Rae hadn't been there? At least they'd been able to laugh about that ridiculous joint date. He gave a dark chuckle, remembering the magnetic attraction between Cynthia and Ben. Nice that some people were finding love. With a sigh, Dylan checked his phone for messages. Nothing. He called the hospital about his sister. He was given the runaround. It seemed she'd been moved to a regular room. I'm sorry, sir. Miss Rademaker checked herself out. What? Dylan scrambled out of his bed. Why would anyone in their right mind let her do that? Mr. Rademaker, another voice said, this one more authoritative. Your sister wasn't being held on a court order, and she wasn't a danger to herself or others. She had the right to leave. Of course. He sank to his bed, defeated. Thank you for telling me. Dylan didn't know how long he sat there staring at nothing. Finally, he woke his phone again and called his father. Dad, I'd like to see about getting access to my trust. Good morning to you, too. Dylan debated if he should mention Nora, but he was curious to see if his father would first. Sorry. Good morning. I had dinner with Ben last night. Zabala? His father's voice had taken on an assessing tone. Are you considering going back to school? I have gone back to school. I'm studying business management. Dylan took a deep breath. That's why I wanted to talk to you about the trust. You want to use some of the money to pay for your schooling? No, I want to use it as a down payment to buy a business. There was silence on the other end. No surprise there. If someone had suggested to Dylan a month ago he'd be planning to buy his employer's company, he'd have been speechless too. What business? His father finally asked. Green pest control. Dylan went into an explanation of the offer before his father could start attacking the idea. And if I refuse to release the funds for this? Then we'll be a little more creative with the financing. I get the money when I'm 30 regardless, and I've got a lot to learn in the interim. We've yet to work out the details, but I'll hire a personal attorney to make sure I do this right. Is that why you had dinner with Ben? No, Dylan said, surprised his father hadn't trashed the idea. I went on a double date with a friend, and he happened to be the other guy. Well, he'd be a good choice. This is his specialty. That's good to know. So, about the trust? No. Just like that. His father's voice wasn't angry, but his tone was final. Dylan had expected arguments and derogatory comments, so a simple no was an improvement. He was careful to sound calm. "That's what I needed to know. Thanks for the tip about Ben. I'll have to see if I can afford him." Before he could lose his nerve, he added, "Nora checked out of the hospital." "What?" "Nora, your daughter. You do remember her, don't you?" "I told you last night she looks bad, Dad," Dylan interrupted. "Like on death's door bad. I can't help someone who won't help herself." For the first time in his memory, his father sounded sad, defeated. "I know. Do you have permanent custody of the boy?" Dylan's body flushed hot with anger. "Do you mean Jaden? He's your only grandchild whose name you can never remember? Do you need anything else?" his father asked stiffly, like he wanted to say more but was controlling himself. "Not from you." Dylan couldn't keep the animosity from his voice. "Just make sure you're legally Jaden's guardian." His father sounded angry, too. "If she dies, you don't want the state taking him away from you. Keep me informed." He ended the call. Dylan stared at his phone. He wanted nothing more than to dial his father again and say all the things he'd been wanting to for years. Instead, he took a deep breath. Amelia and her church friends would counsel him against it, and they were probably right. Rae was always telling him he needed to let go of his hard feelings. For Jaden's benefit, Dylan would work on it. Chapter 6. "Good morning, love," Jason said from behind Rae as she reached the office entrance the next morning. "Hey." She turned the key and opened the door. He'd been gone on vacation, and it was the first time she'd seen him in a week. "You're extra early this morning," he said, following her into her office. "My son has a doctor's appointment this afternoon, so I'm making up my time." She expected him to go into the termite inspector's office immediately, but he didn't. "Is he sick?" Jason took the seat beside her desk. "No, it's for this fall, when he'll be starting kindergarten. It's like a physical with a review of his shots." Jason reached over and picked up the photo she had on her desk. It was one Amelia had taken the day of the flash mob last Christmas. Rae wondered again how she'd gotten through the holidays, if not for Dylan and Jaden. "Can I help you with something?" she asked, opening her desk drawer and putting her purse inside. Jason returned the picture to her desk. "I understand from Jasmine you're on e-rapport." Rae wished, as she often had over the past year, the girl had a life so she didn't feel the need to gossip about her coworkers all the time. Though, in all honesty, it was a miracle Jason hadn't heard about it sooner. "I'm not sure that's any of your business," Rae said, keeping her voice low. She didn't want to feed any more gossip. "I'm merely an interested party. If you're ready to date again, I'd like very much to take you out to dinner," Jason said in his usual flirty tone. Did he even know how to talk to a female without coming on to her? She'd liked him so much better when he'd treated her like a coworker. Rae met his gaze, and he did his brooding thing. It made her think of Amelia's comment that Jason was hot enough to melt paint, but it only struck Rae as a poor case of acting. Before she could stop herself, she burst out with a laugh. Trying to choke it back, she covered her mouth. Jason's entire persona changed as if he were a hopeful child who'd suffered a smackdown. If she'd trusted it was sincere, she'd have felt bad. She decided to be frank with him. If he couldn't take it, then he didn't really want to spend time with her. "Are you really able to charm women by putting on that brooding look?" Rae went for a teasing tone. She wanted to be honest, but not hurtful, if she could help it. "What do you mean?" He was all injured ego now. "Have you ever seen Disney's movie Tangled?" When he shook his head, she said, "You ought to watch it then. There's a charming thief in there called Flynn Rider, who tries to pull a similar brooding look on Rapunzel. You remind me of him every time I see you do it." "Are you saying I'm a caricature?" "Not you. Just this act you put on whenever you're around women. I've seen you with the guys, and you're totally different. I guess I'm not the kind of woman who's—" Rae couldn't think how to diplomatically finish the sentence. "Easily charmed?" he asked. "Look, Jason." Rae put her elbows on the desk and leaned forward. "I work full-time, and I'm a widow with 2 young children. They need me to be both mom and dad to them, and it takes everything I have to meet their needs. I have a different set of priorities from what I had when I was 20. Brooding charmers don't do anything for me. No offense." "All right. I can accept that." He leaned forward, too, and turned his head to watch her from the side. "What if I set aside the brooding charmer, as you call it?" "I'm not sure about dating someone from work. It has the potential to make things complicated here." "You go out with Rademaker all the time," Jason said. "That's because we're friends, and friends enjoy each other's company. We're not dating. Not that it's any of your business if we were." Rae had no idea why she'd said that last bit. It was almost like a part of her wanted to leave dating Dylan open as a possibility, which was stupid. "I enjoy your company," Jason said, leaning on her desk, the brooding look returning. "You're doing it again." She gave his elbow a push, and it slid off the desk, throwing him off balance. That particular brooding expression was exactly like Edward Cullen in the first Twilight movie, where he looked constipated. That time it was Jason who burst out laughing. At least he had a sense of humor. "Oh, love, I do so enjoy talking to you. Do you think your dear friend Dylan would be willing to watch your children so I can take you to dinner Friday?" Rae considered him for a second. Maybe he thought she was a challenge because she always resisted his attentions. If she went out with him once, he'd think he'd won and would move on to someone else. He always did. And she'd have peace. "You promise to drop the affectations?" "On my honor." Jason crossed his heart. "All right. If Dylan's busy, I'm sure Amelia could watch them." "Excellent. 7 then." Jason strode away. She'd have to find out which restaurant he planned to take her to, since she had no intention of telling him where she lived. "You're here early," Dylan said a few minutes later as he checked his schedule for the day. Rae explained about Preston's doctor appointment. "Any word on Nora?" "No. If it's like the last time, there won't be, unless it's bad news." Dylan took the seat by her desk and lowered his voice. "I talked to my father." She looked at him expectantly, but he shook his head, saying, "He refuses to release the trust early." "Did he say why?" Rae had met Lawrence Rademaker once. He was intimidating. While looking like a silver-haired version of Dylan, the older man was the opposite of his son in every other way. She suspected that was Dylan's choice. "I didn't ask him. I won't give him an opportunity to tell me once again what a screw-up he thinks I am." "I'm sorry." She covered his hand with hers and gave it a sympathetic squeeze. "It's only a matter of time." Dylan glanced at the clock and jumped to his feet. "I need to get going. See you." He headed toward the door. "Oh, before I forget, can you watch my kids Friday night? I have a date." Her face went hot. Why was she embarrassed to admit it to Dylan? He jerked his head around and met her gaze. For a second, she saw a flash of something unexpected. Fear. Why would he be worried about it? "Not Ben." "Oh, no, I think he and Cynthia will be an item soon, if they're not already." Rae swallowed. "I'm going out with Jason." Dylan's expression closed, and she had the strangest feeling like she was cheating on him. She found she had to look away, which was stupid. She remembered that oddly intense moment a few weeks ago when she'd considered kissing him. No, they were friends. Just friends. She couldn't allow herself to fall in love with him. "Sure, I can watch the kids," he said. "I'd meant to suggest we go to the game center on Friday anyway. Jaden's been bugging me to take him again." "Now I feel bad. I'd like to have come." "We'll have to go without you," Dylan said, his tone not quite normal, almost with a chilly edge. He flicked at something on his sleeve. "Or you can tell Lee you've changed your mind. It's not like he wouldn't be able to find someone else to take instead of you." And that was supposed to make her feel better at missing out? Rae watched him with narrowed eyes and rubbed at the sudden ache in her jaw. She almost never got angry with Dylan and didn't want to fight with him over a stupid date with Jason. "Well, I came in early to get some work done," Rae said as dismissively as she could. She turned back to her computer to signal she was busy and he should leave. "Thanks for watching the kids for me." It took all Dylan's self-control not to stomp out of the office. Instead, he paused to peek in Mr. G's office, but the man was on the phone. Dylan strode outside to his truck. Why had he let his hurt show like that? Seriously. Rae went on one date and then jumped in with Lee? What was wrong with her? Dylan cranked up the music in his truck. By the time he'd reached his first account, he was singing out his frustration. Immersed in the music, he stepped from the vehicle, singing about Ruby in the Kenny Rogers classic song. Still going through the lyrics, Dylan put on his equipment, wishing he could beg Rae not to go out with Jason. Working his way around the house, Dylan sang as he sprayed. How many times had they joked about the flirtmeister? Ever since Lee had first put a move on Rae. If it hadn't been tough on her, it'd have been a funny moment. Dylan had been disappointed when Lee, discovering her husband had died, had backed off like any decent guy would have. Now for her to be going out with him, like she'd been waiting for enough time to pass, felt like the ultimate betrayal. Dylan had reached the final chorus in the song as he rounded to the front of the house again. He belted out the words, putting all his wishes and frustration into it. The final line died out as he ran out of breath. That was when the applause began. Startled, Dylan glanced around and found Mrs. Lipinski standing on her front step, wearing a huge grin and clapping her hands, along with several other older ladies gathered around her. They rushed forward. "That was wonderful!" Mrs. Lipinski cried, taking his arm. "I've been telling them about you for months, and now they know I wasn't exaggerating." "Will you sing another?" one woman asked. "Please," the others chimed together. "I can't." Dylan had started shaking like he always did as soon as he'd realized he'd had an audience. "I don't have time. I have to get to my other accounts." He backed up, grateful he'd finished spraying the house. Mrs. Lipinski held out her hand with the payment. He accepted it and prepared her receipt, all while the other ladies continued to plead with him for an encore. Shaking his head, he spun around and hurried to his truck. Dylan threw his equipment inside and jumped in. He drove away, not stopping until he was completely out of sight of her house. Taking his time, Dylan got out of the truck and stowed everything as he should have done before. He seriously needed to get a grip. If he were to lose Rae's friendship because he threw a fit about her going out with Lee, it would all be on Dylan. He had to accept she was under no obligation to love him simply because he was in love with her. He pulled out his phone and sent her a quick text. "Sorry, you know he bugs me, so it threw me that you'd go out with him. I'm not trying to tell you who you can date." Her reply was quick. "Thank you. It's a preemptive strike on my part." Dylan's shoulders relaxed as understanding hit him. He grinned. What an idiot he'd been. He should have known Rae better than that. Chapter 7. "I'll meet you at the restaurant. Where are we going?" Rae clicked send on the text. She debated over and over again whether to have Jason pick her up in front of the apartment complex or meet him at the restaurant. Not that she thought he was a creep or anything. She knew from the girls at the office he was a decent guy, but he wasn't interested in getting serious with anyone. Rae wouldn't take a chance with her children's safety in case she'd judged him wrong. "Preston and Beth, do you want to bring anything with you to Dilly's?" Rae called as she put on her shoes. "Oh, and don't forget your leftover tickets." "Mama," Preston said, coming into her room with a box of Legos, "how come you're not coming with us?" He must have asked her that question a dozen times since she'd told him about the date. The joint one with Dylan had been easier. Spending an evening with him had made sense to Preston. She'd tried to explain the concept of going somewhere with a man who wasn't Dylan, but it'd either been too alien a concept for her son, or he'd refused to consider it. She'd sensed some resistance from him about it, and he'd asked her more than once why she was going on a date with a stranger when she could go on one with Dylan. If anything, her son's attitude confirmed she'd have to keep any dating she did casual. She didn't want her children to get attached to anyone who would, by necessity, have to move on. "I told you already. I'm going out to dinner with a man from work." Rae picked up the diaper bag, now filled only with a change of clothes for both children. Beth had finally figured out potty training. Diapers were one thing Rae wouldn't miss. "Come on, you two." "I don't want you to go with him. I want you to come with us." Preston stood in the middle of the living room, still holding his box, his eyes narrowed and his little jaw clenched. In many ways, he was an amenable child. A little rule keeper, in fact. Too often she had to chide him for tattling on Beth, all the time. When he felt strongly about something and dug in his heels, he could turn surprisingly stubborn. It seemed this was going to be one of those times. "Sweetheart, why don't you want me to go on a date?" She knelt beside her sweet son, so they were on eye level. "Why don't you go on a date with Dilly?" "Because we're friends. We do things together all the time, but sometimes we do things with other people. I told you this is a date. It's different from what I do with Dylan." "Tricia said you should marry him." It seemed Rae needed to have a word with her babysitter about putting ideas like this into Preston's head. Then Rae paused, wondering what him Tricia had been referring to. It couldn't be Jason, could it? Preston had been complaining about the date for a couple of days. "Jason is a nice guy at work who likes to date a lot of different women. He doesn't have girlfriends, so don't worry that I'll marry him." "Why don't you marry Dilly?" Preston asked, his little face grave. "Don't you love him?" "Yes, I love him, as a friend." Rae rose, wishing it was still the truth. "Now let's get you over to Jaden's so you two can start having fun." "I want you to marry Dilly," her son muttered as she guided him toward the door. Ever since Amelia had gotten them to sign up for e-rapport, Dylan had tried to mentally prepare himself for the time when Rae would date someone else. He'd even accepted it might be Jason. Dylan still wasn't able to resign himself that her first solo date was going to be with the Asian Romeo. Standing in his doorway holding Beth and with the littles at his side, Dylan watched Rae make her way down the stairs. Was that an extra skip to her step? Did the thought of going out with Lee excite her? The thought turned Dylan's stomach. Why couldn't she see how good they were together? They were already almost a family. The only thing that made him feel a little better was she'd refused to let the guy pick her up here. The last thing he wanted to deal with was Lee showing up on the landing outside of Dylan and Rae's 2 apartments. He had no idea where Lee was taking her for dinner. It was probably just as well, though. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to take the children there to spy on her. "Are we going to get pizza?" Preston asked. "Yes, little bud," Dylan said, watching until Rae was out of sight. "And play games," Jaden said. "Yes, both." Dylan picked up Beth. "Let's get you guys to the car so I can buckle you up." He and Rae had transported each other's kids so often they'd both invested in their own car seats for the threesome. As he walked to the car, each of the littles clung to one of his belt hoops, something Amelia had suggested to him early on. Beth had her thumb in her mouth and held his ear with her other hand. It was one of the most precious things he'd ever experienced, this little girl using his ear like a security blanket. He loved these 3 children. What if Rae married one of those guys from the dating site, and her new husband didn't treat her kids right? Dylan wouldn't think about it. As much as he might wish they were his children, they weren't. He had to trust that Rae wouldn't allow herself to be swept away by a loser. Once he had the children buckled into their car seats, he drove to the gaming center. It was busy, and he hoped he hadn't taken on more than he could handle. He was outnumbered, 3-1 after all, and little Beth had a way of taking off if he glanced away even for a second. They'd lined up to order their pizza when 2 familiar faces walked in the door. He sighed in relief. "Auntie Amelia!" the littles cried while Beth stretched out her arms to them, her little fingers wiggling. Grinning, his coworker took the little girl and snuggled her close. It brought home again to Dylan how hungry Beth was for a grandmother figure in her life. Rae's mother had died when she was a teen, and Mike's parents lived out of state, so Beth didn't have a grandmother who lived close by. Once again, he felt grateful for this loving couple who'd stepped up to fill that role for Rae's kids and Jaden. "This isn't where I imagined you two would go on a Friday night date night," Dylan said to her husband, Micah. "Of course it isn't," the large man said, using his long beard to tickle Beth's cheek and making her giggle. "But when I heard Rae was going out and you had babysitting duty, I thought we should come help you out. We raised 4 children, so I understand what it's like. Even good kids this age are a lot to handle. We decided to brave the awful pizza and come have some fun with the children." He leaned closer to Dylan and lowered his voice. "It's hard on Amelia having most of the grandkids living out of state, so getting to tend these 3 helps fill her need." "I'll bet," Dylan said to Amelia. "Thank you both for taking pity on me. I don't think I'd have lost any of them, but I appreciate the extra eyes." "I'm sure." She patted his cheek, and Beth did the same thing. Amelia said, "I also thought you could use the moral support. We did consider going out to dinner somewhere else. You know where." She shot him a knowing glance. "Really?" he asked, surprised. "I told her it was too obvious, and it'd have made Rae mad." Micah indicated the order clerk, and Dylan turned around. "What will you have, sir?" the bored-looking teen asked. As Dylan placed his order, he considered his own temptation to sneak in to spy on the date and was glad he'd decided against it. It would have ticked off Rae. When Micah had placed his order, the group went in search of a table. They found one just being vacated not far from the play area. "I'll keep this little lady entertained over there before the pizza comes." Amelia pointed to a section designed with toddlers in mind. "You two can take the boys for the more adventurous rides." Dylan held out a hand to each of the littles, but Jaden took Micah's, while Preston took his. The older man wasn't much of a talker. Dylan didn't have to worry about making conversation while his thoughts were on Rae, wondering whether or not she was having fun. Unfortunately, the image of Lee kissing her pressed itself on Dylan's mind. Surely she wouldn't let him. Amelia finally signaled them to return for the pizza. It took a little struggle to get the boys away from the rides and back to the table. "I really think you don't have anything to worry about with Jason," Amelia said softly while the littles chattered together. "I understand what you're saying, but I've also known guys who'd dated around a lot until they met one woman and then decided it was time to settle down." Dylan heaved out of breath. "Yes, my Micah was like that." Amelia gave her husband a tender look. "She didn't know I was biding my time for her to be free. It wouldn't have been a good thing to steal a man's wife from him, even if he was a jerk and deserved to have his—" "Micah!" Amelia broke in, glancing at the children. "Well, he did, and I think the good Lord would forgive me for wanting to give that man an attitude adjustment." When she glowered at him, he shrugged. "Say what you will, but we both know he uses our hands to do his will. I'm merely saying my hands were ready and willing." Dylan always found it entertaining to hear the two argue over their take on religious things. They were both card-carrying Christians. The way the media portrayed religious people as judgmental and self-righteous made him resentful in their behalf. The Greers were the farthest from either of those things of anyone Dylan had ever met, and had the best hearts. "But back to Dylan," Amelia said with a wink, when Micah would have gone on. "I have to bide my time too," he said. Well, I know Jason was planning to drive Rae into the city tonight. Amelia gave Beth another bite of pizza. San Francisco? Not likely, Dylan said. The drive there and back alone would be 3 hours. There's no way she'd agree to be gone from her kids that long. That's what I told him. Dylan smiled a little smugly that he'd been right. But I don't know how that helps my case. She'll know a single guy who's as successful at his job as Lee is would expect to do things big. The show-off. My intention is not to make him out to be a bad guy, because I don't believe he is, Amelia said. But it won't hurt for him to see how child-centered Rae is. A man like Jason is used to being the center of attention with any woman he dates. It'll be good for him to realize no man will take a place over her children, including you, Dylan. He glanced at Micah, who nodded. The truth of her words struck Dylan in a way they never had before. Subconsciously, he'd known and accepted it, but he'd never considered how that reality might impact him. Was he willing to take second place in Rae's heart? Well, third place if he considered her first husband. He took another slice of pizza. Coming in second or third place in the affections of people he cared about was nothing new to him. His father had succeeded in training Dylan well in that area. Did he deserve better? Did it matter? His girlfriend had demanded he make a choice between her or Jaden, and his nephew had won. How was that any different than Rae putting her children first? Just like his little dude, her children needed someone to make them a priority. They didn't have anyone else. Chapter 8. Rae had to keep wiping her hands on her jeans as she drove to Cruz Murphy's, an Irish-Mexican restaurant in Old Sac. She hated driving downtown. Rather than spend money buying out buildings to widen the streets, the powers that be had decided to make them one-way with narrower lanes. She couldn't imagine trying to drive a large SUV down one of them. She'd be a nervous wreck. At least she'd left her children in Dylan's capable hands. She wouldn't have to worry about them. She was on edge about the date with Jason. How had she let Amelia talk her into doing this stupid dating thing anyway? It hadn't been bad doubling with Dylan. Rae had never been comfortable putting herself out there. With every boyfriend she'd had in high school, he'd been the one to make the effort. She'd been too self-conscious, too insecure. She was finding that hadn't changed. Was she creating future problems for herself? She remembered her father's warning when she'd been a teen. You marry someone from the pool of people you date. If she got too attached to a man, she was setting herself up for heartache. She would protect her children from a heartless stepfather by making sure they never had one. Rae reminded herself it'd been her decision to let Amelia talk her into this because of the need for a social life, not a love life. The sign for the restaurant came into view. She'd heard of Cruz Murphy's, but had never eaten there. What would be on the menu? Corned beef and cabbage tacos? Jason stood at the entrance, dressed in jeans and a lightweight leather jacket. He could have easily been one of those hot guys in the Korean dramas Jasmine liked to watch. That was probably why she practically drooled over him whenever he flirted with her. Amelia would approve of his appearance and be fanning herself if she were there. It was different to see him outside of his business suit. Rae had often wondered if the care he took with his appearance helped with his sales. She'd always thought it made him seem more credible. Over the years, the salespeople who presented the best, and had a good personality to go with it, were the ones who were the most successful. Jason did get dirty sometimes when he did the initial treatments for accounts he sold, but he even managed to look good then. Well, she might as well stop with the delaying. She got out of her car. His gaze met hers, and he gave her an appraising glance, his smile growing as he nodded in approval. It warmed her, and she hated that it did. She didn't need this man's approval to feel good about herself. Hadn't she gotten over that? As she approached him, Jason held out his arm in his flamboyant way. "You look beautiful tonight, love." "Right, because jeans and a button-down shirt are so fancy," Rae said as she took his arm. "But you usually wear a dress at the office. There you're all business. You have a more casual look tonight, more relaxed. It becomes you." Rae certainly didn't feel relaxed. "Charming brooder." "That's not fair. I didn't brood, as you're fond of calling it," he said with a chuckle. "And I was being honest with you." She didn't have a chance to respond then because the hostess waved them forward. Jason gave her his name, and they followed the woman to a table. Rae scanned the menu. No corned beef tacos, simply offerings from both cultures. She laughed to herself. "Is something funny?" As Jason looked over his menu, she explained her thought about the tacos. He chuckled. "No, for which I'm grateful. Some foods would be best not mixed together." "You mean like sugar cookies and onion dip?" Jason gave a disgusted grunt. "Who would ever think that was a good combination?" "Your predecessor brought them to a Christmas party a couple of years ago." "Was it a joke?" He gave a little shudder. "We couldn't figure out if he was serious or playing a prank. Both were tasty independently, but when he used a cookie to take a scoop of the dip and ate it..." Rae made a gagging motion with her finger. That guy was an odd one and never really fit in. He didn't stay with us much past the holidays. Said he wanted to work for a national chain. She glanced at the items on the menu again. "Have you eaten here before?" "I have, many times, and the food is delicious." "Would you recommend anything in particular?" They spent the next few minutes discussing the different dishes, and Rae finally settled on beef stew. "Now, love," Jason said, his elbows on the table as he leaned forward. "Tell me why my brooding charm bothers you so much." Rae groaned mentally and clenched her hands against a twitchy feeling in them. Why did he have to act like this? They'd been having a normal conversation before they'd ordered. With his shift to the flirt again, something in both his tone and his gaze made her uncomfortable. She'd wondered why it bothered her so much when it was obvious by the behavior of female customers and the women in the office they liked his flirting. Then Jason tilted his head, and an image of a guy she'd known in high school came to mind, and she knew how to explain it. "I don't like when men try to make me feel like I'm prey." "Prey?" Jason straightened, his brows arched in surprise. "Why would simple compliments make you feel that way?" "Because when someone hands them out all the time, they start to feel like they're nothing special, insincere. It makes me believe the guy wants something from me, and the only way he thinks he can get it is to tell me how special I am. I don't trust them, either the man or his words of flattery." Rae had been looking at the menu and glanced up. Jason wore a wounded expression. "I'm sorry if that offends you," Rae said. "I know a lot of women eat it up, but I don't think I'm alone in feeling this way. I've watched you do it to everyone in the office, and I can't help but wonder if it feels a need in you to do it." "I find myself speechless." Jason looked bemused. "I would never wish for my compliments to be commonplace, but I can see how you might take them that way. It's something I'll have to think about." The server came for their order. "Tell me a little about yourself," he said when they were alone again. "Like what?" she asked, running her finger over the top of her water glass. "What are your interests?" "I have a lot, though I'm so busy now I don't have much time for them. I play the piano, something I've taken up again this year." "You stopped playing for a while?" "With 2 young children and a full-time job, I didn't have the energy to practice. Once I decided to make it a priority, I've enjoyed it and found it's a nice release for me. I play for Dylan. He's making me sing with him, too, which is totally intimidating." "Ah, yes. The singing pest control man." Jason's disparaging tone and the thinning of his lips made the hair on the back of Rae's neck stand up. "You know how they suggest people steer away from unsafe topics like religion or politics?" When he nodded, she said, "I think maybe for you and me that would include Dylan. He's my dearest friend, and I will not sit here and let you badmouth him in front of me." Jason stiffened. If he were offended, that was fine. Then Rae wouldn't have to worry about him coming on to her anymore. "All right," he finally said. "What other things do you like to do? Swim, boat, play tennis?" "I go to the park and push my children in the swings. I also bake fun birthday cakes." "A cake decorator, huh?" "Yes. It's a dangerous talent, though, because practicing means we can have a lot of frosted cakes around that my figure can't handle. That's why I like to give them away." Rae was tired of talking about herself. "What about you? What are your talents besides flirting and selling pest control accounts? Who are you underneath the facade?" He leaned back in his chair and considered her. "You are a very unsettling woman, Rae Cavanaugh. You go deep. Much deeper than I'm used to on a first date." First date? This was supposed to be their only date, endured simply to get him to move on. She shrugged. The waitress arrived with their food, and Jason shifted to more mundane topics while they ate. "Would you like some dessert?" Jason asked when they were finished. "No, as I mentioned, I need to be careful what I eat." She checked her phone for both the time and to see if Dylan had texted her. He hadn't. "Well, it's getting late, and I should get back home." "I've enjoyed getting to know you better. Why are you in such a hurry?" Jason looked like he sincerely wanted to know. Rae wondered if she were an anomaly and he hadn't met a woman before who wasn't charmed by him. But she found that hard to believe. "I'm going to be completely honest with you," she began. "Aren't you always, even brutally honest?" he asked, his tone wry. If he were trying to guilt her out, it was working. "I'm sorry," she said. "You're just so persistent it makes me uneasy." "As you have said." Jason rubbed his chin, his expression contemplative. "It seems I've been grossly insensitive, and for that, I'm sorry." Rae's shoulder muscles relaxed for the first time. Maybe she could be friends with this man. "Then let me explain my position," she said. "This dating thing is hard for me. I'm not doing it because I'm looking for a relationship or because I'm lonely. It's actually Amelia's idea." Jason burst out laughing. "I'm so sorry, but that sounds like her. Did you agree to it to get her off your back? Like you agreed to go on this date with me?" He winked at her. It was Rae's turn to chuckle. "You got me there. Amelia said I needed a social life outside of work and my children. I told her I'd try it out, but I've been thinking what I need is a hobby that will let me meet new people. Maybe I should take a ceramics class or something." "Perhaps you need more friends." He reached across the table and gave her hand a single pat before pulling it back. "I know you and Rademaker are close, but do you have anyone else?" "When you get married, it's harder to have close friends. I had some girlfriends who Mike didn't care for, and he had buddies I didn't enjoy doing things with. There was one other couple we used to go out with, but they moved not long before I lost him." Rae folded her napkin and leaned on the table. "I'm already gone for half of my children's waking lives, and when I come home, I'm tired. I've already given my best hours to my job. I agree I need to do some things for me, or as Amelia calls it, fill my vessel. But I don't want to dilute what time I have with my children." "I wish I'd had a mother like you," Jason said, his words soft. "You're quite good at it." "I don't know about that, but they are the most important things in my life." "How did your late husband feel about your children coming first?" "They didn't then. Oh, don't get me wrong. They've always been a priority, but he was too." "And when you marry again?" Rae shook her head. That was getting a little too close to her heartache. "It's getting late, and I still need to put them to bed." "All right." Jason signaled for the check. "I've enjoyed tonight in a way I hadn't anticipated. I won't push if you're not interested in going out again, but I'd like to see you. You challenge me, and I find I enjoy it. It's novel not to have my date fawning all over me." As he paid, Rae considered his offer. He looked at her and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes, and I think if you act like this, I'd enjoy going out with you again." "Excellent." Jason looked like he'd accomplished some great thing. Now, let's get you back so you can be with your children. Chapter 9. Dylan stared at the house, trying to get up the courage to approach the door. Even though he'd been messaging with Debbie or Debs, he hated this kind of cold introduction. Except for the double date with Rae, this would be his first step into the dating scene after nearly 2 years. If she hadn't made a second date with Jason for tonight, Dylan doubted he'd have accepted Deb's invitation. It still bugged him to no end that Rae had gone out with Jason and had enjoyed herself enough to go out with him a second time. How could she not see through his gimmick? Dylan shook his head. He had to stop thinking about it. He considered the home. From its newer style but mature landscape, he thought it must be about 10 years old. Having sprayed yards in some of the city's affluent neighborhoods for so many years now, many even more expensive than his father's house, Dylan realized his date had money. Not so much she lived in a gated community, but still money. And really bad taste in yard art. The addition of gnomes that looked like the kind of stuff his grandmother would have bought gave the house the oddest look he'd ever seen. If the decorations were a reflection of Deb's personality, something that hadn't come out in their messaged conversations, he was in for an interesting evening. Dylan heaved out a breath. If he hadn't agreed to do this, he could be home with the kids, doing something fun with them. As he was about to take a step toward the house, the front door opened. A tall, ultra-thin woman of about 50 wearing leopard print leggings paused. She arched what looked like a tattooed eyebrow, giving emphasis to the heavy amount of makeup she wore. After scanning him from head to foot, she grinned like she appreciated what she saw. Her glittery, tight-fitting and low-cut top revealed a lot of her obviously enhanced bosom. She suffered from what Rae would have called the grapefruit syndrome. Please let the woman be Deb's mother. Dylan swallowed. I'm here for Debs. He couldn't keep the uncertainty from his voice. It made him feel like a little kid. Oh, sugar, that's me. You'll do just fine. She reached inside and grabbed a purse before locking the door. She turned around and clicked a key fob. The sound of unlocking doors came from the Lincoln sitting in the driveway. She sashayed toward him. Dylan struggled for some polite way out of the date. I'm looking to date somebody closer to my age. He took a step back. By then, Debs had reached him. She took hold of his sleeve and started towing him to her car. Don't you worry about a thing, sugar. I'm young at heart. Get in the car like a good boy. During their required online chats, she'd been a lot of fun. Upon reflection, a couple of the comments she'd made that he'd taken as old-fashioned would fit a woman her age. He didn't want to be rude, but he couldn't think of any way out that wasn't. He got in the car. I'm going to show you a good time tonight. Debs pulled out of the driveway. I must tell you, I'm excited to get to spend the evening with a cute thing like you. She continued to prattle all the way to the restaurant. When she pulled into the parking lot of La Cuisine, Dylan gasped. It was one of the best-rated and most expensive places to eat in Sacramento. Debs leaned over, giving an excellent view of her cleavage, and squeezed his knee. I can't wait. She winked and puckered her bright red lips like she meant to kiss him. When he leaned away from her, she laughed and patted his knee. She got out of the car. The valet parking guy approached, and she gave him her keys. Dylan suddenly understood the way Rae said some guys made her feel. Politeness aside, there was no way he was staying. What had he been thinking not to take his own car? He pulled out his phone. For a second, he considered his options. He couldn't bring himself to call any of the guys at work. Instead, he sent Rae a text message. Maybe she could get Jason not to say anything. Help. He listed the name of the restaurant. On our way. Sorry, and thanks. Now to tell Debs. He got out of the car and found her waiting on his side. She slid her arm through his and tried to pull him toward the building. He refused to move. "What's wrong, sugar?" She turned to face him. How could he tell her he wasn't interested in going out with a woman old enough to be his mother? "I can't afford something as pricey as this." "Oh, this is my treat, sugar, so don't you worry about a thing." Debs ran a hand up his chest, feeling out his right pec. "I'll take care of dinner, and you can be dessert." She lifted on her toes and moved in to kiss him. Dylan stepped back and held up his hands between them. "Aw, you're not going to play hard to get, are you?" Debs took a seductive step toward him. Did she have a split personality, one that chatted intelligently online, and then the one before him? How could they be so different? "This isn't for me," he said, moving back several more steps. "You go ahead and eat here if you want. I've texted a friend to come and get me." Deb's expression darkened and her mouth twisted into an ugly sneer. "Not man enough for me, huh? Well, it's your loss." She slung her bag over her shoulder and flounced toward the restaurant, not even looking back. He felt a little sick. What if some guy came on to Rae like that? Dylan at least was bigger than Debs. He had no doubt if she'd been pushier, he wouldn't have had any trouble getting clear of her. What if she had claimed he'd pulled something on her? A chill went through him. It struck him then what a dangerous place the dating world could be, even for a guy. Dylan walked out to the sidewalk, grateful when Rae texted they were close. When they drove up in Jason's Range Rover, the salesman had the good grace not to speak, but his expression said plenty. Dylan got in the back seat, and Rae shifted so she could look back at him. "What went wrong?" she asked. "Cougar," Dylan said glumly. "If my father were single, she'd have been a good age match for him." "Then why did you come here with her?" Rae asked. "She caught me by surprise, and I didn't think fast enough," Dylan shrugged. "What, you're telling us you're too nice a guy to tell the senior citizen you're not into old ladies?" Jason asked, glancing back through the rearview mirror with a sly twinkle. "Yep." Dylan slumped in the seat and heaved out a breath. "Leave him alone, Jason. I think it's nice he wasn't rude to her." Rae faced the front again. "Dylan, you'll need to report her for misrepresenting herself. How bad was she?" "I think I'm going to have nightmares," Dylan said, thinking about the way she'd blatantly come on to him. Looking back now, it was kind of funny, and the humor of the situation hit him. He started to chuckle. After a few seconds, all three of them were. "Since Amelia has all our kids, you want to come with us to dinner?" Rae asked. Jason frowned, and it was Rae's turn to shrug. "It's not like you and I are anything more than friends," she said. "Dylan's a friend, too." "Your friend," Jason grumbled. "It's all good." Dylan gave him the address to Deb's house. "You can take me there. I'll pick up my car and take the kids out for ice cream. I'm beginning to think meeting someone for coffee first is a safer approach than dinner." "Live and learn, I guess," Rae said. "You got that right," Dylan said. Rae reached back with her hand, and he took it, grateful for the sign of support. Jason sent a scowl back his way, and Dylan took his time releasing her hand. How was he ever going to get her to recognize she loved him? And she did. He knew it. But what if it were a platonic love that never grew into anything else? He doubted he could take being only a friend to her forever. Chapter 10. Rae was thinking of Dylan's nightmare first date as she walked to the restaurant only a block from her apartment complex. Milo had seemed nice in their conversations. When he'd suggested they meet for an early lunch one Saturday and the weather was forecast to be nice, she'd decided not to drive. Truth be told, though, she'd rather be at the complex's playground with Dylan and the children. As she approached, she noticed a tall, slender man searching the people in the parking lot. She knew him instantly from his online photograph. "I think you must be Milo," she said, extending her hand. "I'm Rae." He turned to her and blinked, looking surprised. His red-rimmed eyes dilated. She hoped he didn't have pink eye. Rae. He frowned like he was trying to remember why the name was familiar. Then his expression lightened. "Oh yeah, I remember now. Rae Cavanaugh." He shook her hand but glanced over her shoulder, seeming to search for someone. "If this isn't a good time," she said, taking a step back. "Oh, no." Milo looked at her fully then and grinned. "You're a total bae. This is perfect. Let's go in." The slang term bae bugged her. He thought she was a babe, but hadn't remembered he had a date with her. He didn't offer his arm, which was good because the guy was giving off uncomfortable vibes. Milo chattered on about things he was interested in, things she didn't remember being in his profile. It made her think about poor Dylan and his date with the cougar, and Rae wondered if she had a catfisher too. If she was going to keep doing this, she'd have to come up with an emergency back out of a date plan for awkward situations, like this one. Since she wasn't comfortable with unnecessary rudeness either, she sympathized even more with Dylan's situation. Milo started asking all kinds of questions of Rae, things he should have already known from her profile and messaging exchanges. Maybe he had a sieve for a memory, like the one for names. He also kept looking over her shoulder. She shifted in her chair, wondering if something was going on behind her. The TV on the wall was playing a commercial, so maybe he'd been watching the baseball game instead of talking to her. She doubted it, though. He didn't look like a sporty kind of guy. Unlike Dylan, she wondered if they were still at the playground, or if he'd taken the kids in to get lunch. It'd be a lot more interesting there with them than here with this guy. She glanced at Milo again and blinked. She pointed to his face. "Your nose is bleeding." "Oh, yeah." He put a napkin to his nose. "That happens sometimes after." And then she put the pieces together. The runny red eyes, the out-of-it attitude, and now the blood. He was definitely high. Rae put down her menu, glad they hadn't ordered yet. "This isn't going to work, Milo." She stood. "Wait, you don't have to go." He stood, his words half-hearted and his gaze darted to the door. Rae glanced that way and saw a pretty blonde enter, searching the room. His expression brightened with recognition. "The next time you make dates with two people," Rae said, picking up her purse, "I'd recommend you not make me one of them." "Yeah," he chuckled, reminding her a lot of the Disney character Goofy. Shaking her head, Rae headed for the entrance. At the door, she glanced back. Milo and the blonde were all over each other. There was no way Rae would have been kissing him, ever. She sent Dylan a text. "A dud. Where are you guys?" His response was almost immediate. "Just leaving the playground to have lunch. Want to join us?" Rae quickened her pace, anxious to get back to the people she cared about. "Should we have a picnic?" "I asked the littles, and they're jumping all around. I'll take that as a yes." She grinned. All this morning she'd been dreading the date, but now she felt like she'd been freed from a terrible burden and might float away. Dylan stood at the playground gate, a little on each hand and Beth on his shoulders, clinging to his hair. Rae's heart swelled, making her chest feel as though it might burst open. She loved them all so much. "Mama!" Preston and Jaden cried when they noticed her and came running. She squatted down and pulled them into her arms, loving the group hug. Dylan's nephew had taken to calling her Mama, and it warmed her heart while making her feel guilty. After kissing each boy on the temple, she stood. "I've got sandwich makings," Dylan said, coming to stand beside her. "And I've got those cookies we made last night." "Cookies!" the littles cried. Beth had rested her cheek on the top of Dylan's head, eyes drooping, a thumb in her mouth, and her other hand clinging to his ear. It wouldn't be long before she was asleep. "I think we might need to have the picnic in the living room." Rae held up her hands at the protests from the boys. "And then maybe we can do bumper cars after her nap." She glanced at Dylan, and he nodded, so she said, "Let's go then." She took the littles' hands, and they headed for their building. "How bad was it?" he asked, keeping his voice pitched low for her ears only. "You're going to laugh when I tell you," she said with a soft chuckle. Seriously, we should start a web page that talks about our forays into the world of online dating and the interesting people who populate it. Maybe, Dylan grinned. I'd rather laugh about it than have bad dreams. Well, she's out for the night, Rae said as she came down the stairs that evening. She looked tired but happy, and Dylan hoped it'd been as good a day for her as it had been for him. He closed the book he'd been reading to the littles who sat on each side of him. Dylan met her gaze, smiling softly. Even after a long day with strands of hair escaping from her ponytail, he thought she was the most beautiful woman he knew. Her expression softened as she looked at him. "Can we watch our movie now?" Preston asked. Yeah, Jaden said, jumping up and down. Yes, you may. Dylan rose to turn it on for them, and the boys shifted to their giant beanbags. Rae retrieved the bowls of popcorn from the kitchen. "Have you and Mr. G finished working out the details?" she asked, settling on the couch beside Dylan. Yes, I can't believe how easy he's being about this. It seems his wife's in more of a hurry for him to retire than he is, so I'm going to be a kind of owner in training. He said we can spend a while with me still doing my route part-time, and then the other time shadowing him, eventually taking on some of the responsibilities. The second year will be one where he gradually backs off, and I'll take on more until I'm running things by the time he retires. Dylan rubbed his face. He's even made some suggestions about which classes I should take over the next 2 years. How do you feel about that? She asked. I can't think of a better way to get on-the-job training, he shrugged. I'm kind of excited. Good. That's what's important. Rae yawned before leaning closer to whisper in Dylan's ear. Now, if I could get excited about this online dating, I wonder how long we'll have to do it before Amelia is satisfied. The feel of her warm breath on his neck made him want to pull her into his arms and tell her he loved her, and then kiss her senseless. Instead, he breathed her in, the fragrance of her shampoo and the aroma of fresh popcorn filling his senses. I know, but we'll both have to do it until Amelia is satisfied, or she'll never give us any peace. You're probably right. It'll have been a year next month, she said, her voice tight. Yes, the 1-year anniversary of her husband's death. Dylan shifted his arm to her shoulders, and she rested her head against his chest. He brought his other arm around her and brushed away a strand of hair from her cheek. This time last year, it would have been another man who held her, who loved her. Would she ever be able to move on from Mike? Dylan had thought he'd seen something in her eyes when she'd looked at him tonight, something beyond the friendship he'd gotten used to seeing there. He glanced at the boys who were laughing at something in the movie. For the first time since Dylan's mother had died when he was a kid, he had a family again. But it was nebulous. At any time, some other man could swoop in and steal Rae's heart and take her from him. Take all 3 of them from him. He had to keep that from happening until he could capture them for himself. She didn't move away, so he kept his arm around her. When her breathing slowed, he took a chance and kissed her temple. The motion made her stir, and she shifted, lifting her face to tilt back her head, her eyes still closed. Rae looked exactly like she was waiting for a kiss. His heart pounding so hard it hurt his chest, Dylan touched his lips softly to hers. Rae pressed hers more firmly against his and, with a soft sigh, settled back against his chest. Rae, he whispered. Nothing. Rae? Dylan tried again. Still nothing. He relaxed and tried to calm his racing pulse. They'd had their first kiss, and she wouldn't even remember it. Chapter 11. Dylan had been right. Rae didn't show any signs she remembered the kiss, but he couldn't get it out of his head. As the weeks passed and they went on more dates, he found himself having a harder time not saying something. He was glad he decided not to take a summer class. Between his regular responsibilities, training with Mr. G, worrying about not hearing anything from Nora, and stressing that Rae was going to fall for one of the guys she was dating, Dylan felt like he needed to give up something. But what? He found himself dragging a little more than normal when he packed up his equipment and headed into the office. Sitting quietly in the background through all of her dates was killing him. He wanted to call it off. As he entered the office, the sound of voices drifted in from the other room. It sounded like Jason talking with someone. Then Rae laughed, and Dylan's stiff neck muscles tightened even more. He forced himself to take a breath. Sitting next to Rae's desk to wait for her, he figured to take the time to calm himself. Jason had turned out to be a decent guy. With pressure from her, things between him and Dylan had improved. Now, if he didn't worry about every date she went on. Maybe he needed a break from everything. It wasn't like she'd done anything wrong. She could see whomever she wanted and had no obligation to return his feelings. His phone rang, and he checked the number. His father. Dylan's pulse quickened. The last time they'd talked, it had been about Jaden. Dylan had taken his father's advice and made his temporary custody of the boy official. "Hello?" he asked, and a funny sound came from the phone. "Dad, are you all right?" "It's Nora." His words came out as a croak, and Dylan realized his father was crying. A lump formed in Dylan's throat, his eyes burning. "Is she?" He'd worried so long his sister might end up killing herself. Now, faced with the real possibility that she'd done it, he couldn't speak the word. His father did. "Dead." Lawrence Rademaker's voice broke. Shoulders shaking, Dylan wiped at his eyes, his heart aching both for his sister and his father. "It's my fault," his father sobbed. I thought, if I used tough love on her, she'd finally stick to her treatment." "Dylan, what is it?" Amelia cried, hurrying over to him. "I know you're at work," his father said, his voice in control but still rough. "I'll call you tonight about funeral arrangements. I want you involved in this." He ended the call. Dylan looked up into Amelia's concerned face and started to cry again. She sank to her knees and wrapped her arms around him. "Is it your sister?" she asked when he'd settled down. "Yes." He got control of himself and gave Amelia a quick hug before straightening. When the large woman tried to stand, she groaned. Dylan rose and helped her to her feet. "Was it an overdose?" she asked. "My father didn't say, but I assume so. He was crying." The lump in Dylan's throat choked him again, and he coughed. "What's wrong?" Rae cried as she stepped into her office and hurried to him. "Is it Nora?" He nodded, wiping at his eyes again. "I'll tell Mr. G," Amelia said, patting him on the shoulder. "We'll arrange to split up your route amongst the others until you come back." "Thank you." Amelia gave a sad nod and left the office. Rae slid her arms around his waist. "I'm sorry." Dylan held her, struggling not to break down again. "He was crying, Rae. My father was crying when he told me. He didn't even do that when my mother died." "Maybe he's accepted his role in this." She straightened and looked up at him, dropping her arms. "Poor Jaden." Dylan's stomach knotted. "Will you come be with me when I tell him?" She reached up and cupped his cheeks. "Of course I will." He almost kissed her then. If they'd been the couple they should have been, he would have. Dylan would have had the right to, but he didn't. He wouldn't risk rejection on top of losing Nora. "Thank you. I've got my payments for the day." He fumbled for the papers he'd set on her desk earlier. "Let's get this done so we can take care of the important stuff," she said, her voice still rough with emotion. Numbly, Dylan went through his end-of-day routine. Rae kept shooting him concerned glances, but she didn't say anything more about his sister. "I only have one more route to process," Rae said when they'd finished. "Do you want me to come with you to pick up Jaden? Or do you want to tell him later?" "I think it'd be better if we tell him at home." Dylan rubbed his temples, his head throbbing. He couldn't shake the sense that he was in a bizarre dream and would wake at any moment. Even though I've been preparing for this, I can't believe it's happened. Just tell me whatever you need. Rae covered his hand with hers. Her voice warbled as she said, I do understand. I know you do. Dylan threaded his fingers with hers, worried for her. This is bringing back too many memories, isn't it? Her chin trembled, and she blinked her eyes rapidly. The 1-year anniversary of Mike's death is in a few days. I've already been a little emotional because of that, but I really want to be here for you. Thank you. Once again, Dylan had to fight the inclination to kiss her. He released her hand and stood. How about I pick up Jaden and get some pizza to bring to your place? Once Preston and Beth are in bed, we can break the news to Jaden. All right, I'll make a salad. My father's going to call tonight to talk about the funeral. I think I'll text him to do it late tonight. That's a good idea. Dylan turned and left the office with a heavy heart. Rae had a powerful sense of déjà vu as she stood with Dylan. It was even the same cemetery where Mike was buried. Rae had brought flowers for her and the children to put on his grave before they left. Her heart swelled at the sight of Beth and Preston holding Jaden's hands as they watched his mother's coffin. Dylan had commented on how emotional his father had been while working on the funeral preparations. The man was holding himself responsible, and it appeared to be tearing him apart. She wondered if it would change him from the cold man he'd been. When the service was over, Nora's coffin was lowered into the grave. Dylan, who'd been holding her hand the whole time, made a convulsive movement. Rae moved closer to him, and he put an arm around her, squeezing her tighter than was comfortable. Understanding, she said nothing. The mourners gave their final condolences and left. I need to talk with you, son, Mr. Rademaker said. I'll take the children to Mike's grave. Rae stepped back. I wanted to be with you for that. Dylan glanced at his father. I won't be long, and you can join her. Mr. Rademaker extended a hand to Rae. I appreciate the support you've been to my son and grandson. That's what family is for, she said, her eyes brimming. Sniffing, she stepped back. Come on, kids. Let's get the flowers from the car. Dylan's father waited until they were out of earshot before he turned to face him. I've been wrong. I'm sorry. It appears Nora's death might not have been a simple overdose. This came to me in the mail 2 days after she died. He handed Dylan an envelope. Tentatively, he took it, not sure he wanted to read it. Would his sister's final words be full of accusations? He glanced at his father, struck again by the gaunt, hollow look to his face. He nodded, and Dylan took out the piece of paper. Father, I'm sorry I was never the daughter you wanted. I did try, but everything I did went wrong and disappointed you more instead. Jaden is the only thing I've done right in my life, and you even think he's a mistake. You're wrong. Please don't punish him for my mistakes. At least he has Dylan. It was signed Nora. While not exactly a suicide note, his sister had known her end was near. He was glad his father had kept it to himself until now. Dylan didn't know what to say, so he folded up the note and slid it back into the envelope. He didn't want to give it back. Someday, when Jaden was much older, he might like to know how his mother had felt about him. Dylan wished it wasn't mixed with condemnation of their father in the same sentence. She's right, about Jaden. He's a great kid. I'm releasing your trust fund to you, his father said, watching as the cemetery workers filled the grave with dirt. Feel free to buy your pest control company. I don't want to ruin your life, too. Dylan scowled at the bitter tone in his father's voice. He'd admitted he was wrong, but it didn't feel like he'd taken accountability. You can't ruin my life because I won't let you. I've never been as vulnerable as Nora. I hope you'll try harder to connect with your only grandchild. Dylan swallowed and forced his voice to remain calm as he said, Do you mind if I keep the note for Jaden? His father looked at Dylan for the first time, a crease between his brows. I don't want him to think badly of me. I have no idea if I'll ever show it to him, but he's had both of his parents abandon him. It might be good for Jaden sometime in the future to know how much his mother loved him. Dylan gave his father a sad smile. It's your choice whether or not you want to give him happy memories of you to counter what's written in the note. Now, I need to go be with Rae. Today's the 1-year anniversary of her husband's death. He hesitated, but then gave his father a quick hug and strode away. Mike Cavanaugh's grave was on the other side of the cemetery. Dylan had gone with Rae once a month for nearly a year, so he knew exactly where to go. He spotted Beth first, who was chasing a butterfly in the grass while the littles looked to be playing a game of tag. You 3 be respectful. Dylan approached Rae, who knelt before the grave, her hands clasped on her lap. She glanced up at him, her eyes glistening. He knelt beside her, and she reached out a cold hand to grasp his. What was she feeling? He expected Rae to sob like she had the first few times he'd accompanied her here. She didn't. Only a few tears slowly running down her cheeks. He was a good man, she said. I was devastated when he was taken from us. At first, I didn't know how I could go on. If it hadn't been for the children, it'd have been easy to surrender to my grief, let it swallow me up. Sniffing, she glanced at Dylan. And then you and Jaden came into our lives. I don't know if you have any idea how much you've helped me get through this year. The 2 of you needed us as much as we needed you, I think. We did, believe me. Dylan brought her hand to his lips and pressed a soft kiss on it. You've been like the mother Jaden has needed, and Beth and Preston have been the brother and sister he's always wanted. And you've been like a father to my children, and a pillar of strength for me. Thank you. Mama, Preston asked, coming to stand beside her and putting his hand on her shoulder, can Daddy see us in heaven? I like to think he can, that he's watching over us and making sure we're happy. Is your daddy like a guardian angel? Jaden asked, coming up beside Preston, who smiled at the question as though he liked the idea. Jaden said, I want my mom to be my guardian angel. Your mother loved you very much, little dude, Dylan said, pulling the boy into a hug. Aunt Amelia is always talking about heaven and what a wonderful place it is. I'm sure your mother's there and loving her new job as your guardian angel. His throat tightened as he said the last words. I'm hungry, Beth whined. I want pizza. The littles cried together and started dancing around. Pizza, Beth said, joining them. Rae handed Dylan a tissue and used one on her eyes, saying, Life carries on. Sometimes it seems wrong, but that's true. Life does carry on. He rose and extended a hand to help her to her feet. Chapter 12. Rae drove up to the restaurant feeling a little weary. The summer was almost over and school would start next week for Preston. She'd been doing this dating thing for months now. It hadn't been a complete waste of time. She'd gotten to know a few guys who hadn't minded having Dylan come along on group dates. And if she and he hadn't gone on that first date together, Cynthia and Reuben might not have met. They'd announced their engagement the week before. As much as Amelia's interference was well meant, Rae hadn't changed her mind. The dating thing wasn't the kind of socializing she wanted to do. She'd been thinking more and more about taking an easy community education class. She might even check into what it took to teach one on cake decorating eventually, as long as it didn't take too much time away from her family. Rae knew a lot of people who put up with their children, but she liked hers. Yes, they were young, and they sometimes got on her nerves, but she loved spending time with them. Her children were only going to be young for a few short years. She wanted to savor that time. Right now, they wanted her attention, needed it. In a few years, they'd start to pull away from her and have friends away from home. It'd been 9 years since she'd graduated from high school, and those years had flown by. In 9 more years, Preston would be 14. That had been her age when her mother had died. Rae rubbed her throat against the sudden lump there. What would happen if she developed a brain tumor too and died at the same age? Who would take care of her children? She couldn't imagine her father wanting to take them, and she definitely didn't want him responsible for meeting their emotional needs. He was too cold and aloof, too fixated on the law of justice, and not enough on the law of mercy. Mike's parents were wonderful people, but they were always traveling. After parking, Rae approached the restaurant where she and Tim Gallo had agreed to meet. She recognized him right away where he stood at the entrance, scanning the parking lot. He was tall and lanky, something not obvious from his online photo, but the receding hairline was the same. It might have been a temptation to alter his photo, but he hadn't. That was a good sign. As soon as Tim noticed her, he grinned and waved. He strode toward her. "You must be Rae. I'm Tim. It's nice to finally meet you in person." He extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, too." She shook it. "You're even prettier than your picture." His ears went pink, like he hadn't meant to say that, and he glanced back at the restaurant. "I thought I'd made a reservation, but I guess I forgot." "They look busy," Rae said, at first wary. When he nodded and shuffled his feet, she decided he must have really forgotten, and his embarrassment was genuine. "Don't worry about it. With all the studying you're doing for your bar exam, I'm not surprised you'd forget something." "They'll have an opening, but it'll be at least an hour. We can try somewhere else if you'd like." Tim shoved his hands in his pockets. "It's totally my bad. If you want to reschedule for another day, I'll understand." "We can go somewhere else," Rae said. "It doesn't have to be anything fancy." "All right. Do you mind if we ride together, or do you want to follow me?" Tim indicated a well-maintained but older model Toyota Corolla. Rae hesitated. Of all the guys she'd talked to online, she'd felt the best about him. She decided to ride with him, but took a picture of his license plate, which included the color and model of the car. After texting it to Dylan, she glanced up to find Tim watching her with a bemused grin. "You're the first date I've agreed to ride with," she said with a shrug, refusing to feel guilty. "It's just a safety precaution." "It's a smart thing to do." Tim opened the passenger door for her. "I should have thought of it myself when my sister was meeting guys on e-rapport." Rae liked that he hadn't taken offense and felt better about riding with him. They ended up checking out several different restaurants before they settled on the Golden Arches. The dry and self-deprecating sense of humor Tim had shown in their online chats came through even stronger in person when his facial expressions and animated tone of voice made her laugh. He'd have made a fun stand-up comedian. She ordered a salad and he got a big burger and some fries. They chatted while they ate, and it struck her that it was the most normal and natural date she'd been on since starting the crazy journey into online dating. For the first time, she felt a little hope that maybe the world wasn't populated by men who were completely lacking in social skills. She'd heard of an emotional IQ. Was there a social one? "Have you ever heard of a social IQ?" she asked. Tim hurried to finish chewing and took a sip of his drink. "Yeah, it's a big deal for lawyers." He shot her a puzzled glance. "I hope you're not asking because you think mine is low." "No, not at all." Rae explained what she'd been thinking. "I've had a somewhat similar experience, so it's not limited to men only, believe me." Tim chuckled. "To be honest, there are studies that seem to indicate women, on average, tend to test higher with the social IQ test than men. Statistically speaking, you're more likely to meet a socially awkward man because there are more of us." "Except you're not awkward. It does make me wonder if schools should put more emphasis on developing interpersonal skills," she said. "So many kids have their faces stuck in their phones, they're not learning how to interact with people in person." "Considering some of the clueless people I've messaged, I think it'd be a good idea if they did something." Tim pointed to her empty container. "Do you want me to take you back to your car, or would you like to do something else?" "It's a little late for a movie." Rae put her packaging on the tray, and he stood. "Did you have something else in mind?" "Well, it's a beautiful night." He picked up the trash, and they headed toward the garbage can near the door. "Have you ever seen the Sacramento Historic Rose Garden at the cemetery?" "A rose garden at the cemetery?" Rae asked, intrigued. "It's pretty amazing. It started about 20 years ago by a couple of rosarians. Those are people who cultivate roses, of course." Tim grinned as he opened his car's passenger door. "Like my grandmother. That's how I found out about it." Once they were in the car again, she said, Tell me more about these cemetery roses. Well, the city's historic cemetery had been neglected for a long time. You can check online and find pictures of how crumbling and bare it was. Anyway, these two Rosarians were looking for a haven for their collection of antique heritage roses. Ooh, I love the sound of this already, Rae said. I've heard antique roses have so much more fragrance. Just wait until you smell them. Anyway, they got the permission of the city to plant the roses in the cemetery. They have a growing cadre of volunteers and even work furlough prisoners who maintain them. I can't wait to see it, she said. Their conversation stalled for the first time. It wasn't necessarily awkward, but not like the comfortable lulls with Dylan. She never felt a need to try to fill the silence when she was with him. What kind of law will you practice when you pass the bar? She finally asked. I'd like to work in the public sector. I did my internship with the city. Did you work with the prosecutor? No, on the civil side of things. Cities have responsibilities in a lot of areas. We write agreements and also protect against unreasonable lawsuits. What do you mean? There are some people who look at a city as having deep pockets and want ridiculous amounts for claims, or they file frivolous lawsuits. Being sued is expensive to defend against, even when you're not guilty. As wrong as it seems to settle, sometimes it's less expensive than taking it to court to prove it. Is the city ever responsible? Sure, if a resident is injured because a city employee didn't put back a water meter cover correctly and someone fell through it, then that's the city's fault. The victim should receive reasonable compensation. Or if the park's staff doesn't maintain the playground equipment and a child is hurt, that's the city's bad and it should pay. Rae thought about all the time she and the children had spent at the park last summer after Mike had died. She hadn't been able to face going home after work to a house without him. She'd always assumed the equipment was safe to play on. What if one of them had been hurt? Now you've made me paranoid, she said. I'm going to be worried about manholes and playground equipment whenever I take my kids to the park. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, though it's not a bad idea to do a safety check. Now I sound like a total nerd. Tim gave an embarrassed chuckle. Tell me about your kids. Beth is 2, Preston is almost 5 and starts school this fall. Rae shook her head. I can't believe he's that old already. They're so different from each other. He's very self-sufficient. It would never be a punishment to send him to his room. Because he entertains himself? Exactly. I was like that as a boy, so I understand. It took a lot for my mother to get me to go outside and play with the other kids, Tim said. So, is your daughter a terror? No, just curious. But I have to watch her like a hawk. Rae glanced at him. Do you have any kids? It said in your bio you've been married before. I was married, but we didn't have any kids. It didn't last long. We were young and stupid. Is it too personal to ask how old you are? I'm 30. It took me a while to decide what I wanted to be when I grew up. Tim glanced at her from the corner of his eye, wearing a teasing grin. And what's your age, if it's okay to ask? I'm 27. Here's the exit for the cemetery. Tim took the turn indicated on a sign. Are you divorced? I'm a widow. My husband was killed in a car accident a year ago last July. I'm sorry for your loss. Tim glanced at her, his brows furrowed in concern. Have you been dating again very long? Not really, and I doubt I'd have agreed to it if I wasn't being pushed by a friend. She thinks I need to socialize more. Tim burst out laughing. That's almost exactly what my sister said. She pushed me into doing this. Rae chuckled, feeling again she might have met someone she could be friends with. But what if he were looking for something more? He was such a nice guy. She had to make sure he understood. I know most of the people on the site are interested in finding relationships, so I need to be completely honest with you. I'm not looking for that. That's good, since this is only our first date. His tone was still light, but his expression had turned serious. Why, if I can ask? I won't get involved again until my children are grown. They'd reached the parking lot, and Tim pulled into a shady spot. He shifted in his seat so he could look at her. Your children are really young, Rae. Isn't that a long time for you to be alone? Rae moved to face him, debating with herself whether or not she should explain. She'd only confided in Jason. She studied Tim's face. He wasn't pressuring her and looked sincerely interested, and she might never see him again. You'll probably think I'm stupid, but sometimes I listen to Dr. Aurora. Have you heard of her? I think my sister listens to her, but I don't know more than that. Well, she recommends waiting until the children are grown before getting involved after a split. She says the children already suffer when their parents separate. Too often, when you hear about cases of child abuse or neglect, it happens at the hands of the new significant other. Rae stared out the window, thinking back to her friend. It was my choice to bring children into this world. Just because their dad isn't here anymore doesn't mean I can set aside their needs. I guess I can understand your concern, Tim said, looking thoughtful, and I get that some people don't do well stepping into the role of step-parent. But I think your Dr. Aurora is painting the situation with a pretty broad brush. I have a stepfather who adopted me when I was 10. My father had bailed on us a couple of years before Larry met my mother. He is one of the best men I know. I'd hate to think of you missing out on what my mom and he have in a misguided desire to protect your children. You can be smart and protective. Even as Rae shook her head, a part of her argued that Tim was right. But it didn't change the statistics. Before she could think of what to say, her phone rang. It was Dylan. It's my babysitter. I need to take this. As Tim nodded, Rae accepted the call. What's up? Sorry to interrupt your date, Dylan said. Beth woke up shrieking. When I went into her room, she'd thrown up. The boys helped me get it cleaned up, but she's still vomiting and she's got a fever. Poor baby. I'm sorry this happened on your watch. Rae's stomach knotted with alarm as she mouthed to Tim, I have to go home. He nodded and started the car again. It happens. Not to. Before Dylan could say more, Beth made a heaving sound. Oh, Princess, I'm sorry you're hurting. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Hey, sweetie, your mommy's coming home. Dylan ended the call. My daughter's sick, Rae explained. I understand. She was preoccupied as he drove her to her car, where it was still parked at the first restaurant. What had Beth caught? Would Preston get it too? And Jaden? Poor Dylan. I really enjoyed this evening with you, Tim said as he pulled up next to her car. I'd love to see you again, even if it's only as friends. I think it'd satisfy my sister's demands if I'm seeing a female, he lifted his hands and made air quotes, friend. Would you be willing to go out with me again, under those circumstances? Yes, I think I'd enjoy that too. Great. He hopped out and came around the car to open her door. It reminded her of Dylan, who was attentive to that kind of thing too. Thank you again, Tim. Rae extended her hand. It's been a pleasure to make a new friend. It has. He shook it. I hope your daughter feels better soon. Thank you. Good night. Rae jumped into her car, her focus on getting home to her daughter. Still patting Beth's back, Dylan slowly sank to the couch. The poor baby had finally stopped heaving and fallen into a troubled sleep. He was afraid any abrupt motion or noise would wake her again. The littles had gone to bed without complaining, which was a miracle. He couldn't believe it had been 15 months since Jaden had first come to stay with him. Dylan hadn't dreamed then how it might become a permanent thing. Should he stay his nephew's guardian or adopt him? It would make Dylan a father. He gently brushed aside one of the damp curls stuck to Beth's forehead. He would like to do the same with her and Preston, but would Rae be opposed to it? Of course, she'd have to agree to marry him first. Dylan gave a dark chuckle, which startled the little girl. He had to pat her back for a few minutes to quiet her. He'd started to doze when he heard the sound of Rae's familiar footsteps running up the stairs to their landing. He moved a hand to cover Beth's ear so the sound of the keys in the door wouldn't wake her. When Rae entered the living room, her gaze fell on him. With wide eyes, her expression turned even more concerned. She only fell asleep again a few minutes ago, he whispered as Rae sat beside him. I think I'm either getting used to how hot she is or her fever's coming down. She wasn't showing any signs of being sick when I left. I'm so sorry, she said, her voice soft as she put a hand on Beth's forehead. I'll get the thermometer. It's on the kitchen table. You're a wonderful man, Dylan Rademaker. Her gaze met his, and a sweet warmth filled him with a powerful intensity. It was a good thing he held a sick baby in his arms, or he'd have grabbed her mother and kissed her the way he'd been wanting to for months. His feelings must have shown because Rae frowned, looking troubled, and turned away. If he wasn't careful, he could mess up what they had. Yet the more deeply he came to love Rae and her children, the more he was realizing he couldn't live like this much longer. What if she never came to care for him as any more than a friend? He was starting to understand he could lose her either way. Rae sat beside him and put the device in Beth's ear. It beeped, causing the little girl to stir, and her mother removed it. Dylan patted Beth's back and whispered soothing words. She settled down again. "It's just under 100, Rae said softly. "What was it earlier?" 101, Dylan whispered. "I didn't give her anything, but I checked online, and one article said to wet her hair and have her eat a popsicle. I tried that, but it made her throw up again." "It looks like her temperature's coming down, so you did good." Rae held out her hands. "You're a natural at this." He shook his head, keeping his voice low. "Let her sleep a while longer before trying to move her." "I hate to take advantage of you," Rae said, but dropped her hands. "It could just as easily be you looking after Jaden when he's sick." Dylan leaned back his head. "How'd your date go?" "Really nice," Rae yawned. "Tim's a great guy." Dylan gave a little nod, trying not to show his disappointment. From her attitude about the dates and a few comments he'd overheard her make to Amelia, he was pretty sure Rae would probably quit E-Rapport soon. She yawned again, and her head slid to his shoulder. Making sure Beth was in place, he slid his arm across Rae's shoulder. Both of them snuggled closer to him. With a sigh, Dylan closed his eyes. When would she see how right this was? What was he going to do if this Tim was the guy she finally connected with? Chapter 13. Dylan paused at the bottom of the stairs leading up to his apartment and listened to the sound of crickets. The warm August evening hadn't cooled off much, in spite of the lateness of the hour. He felt sluggish. Rae's comment about being uncomfortable going out with people who were looking for a relationship had kept coming back to him. Like her, he'd been upfront on E-Rapport about not looking for anything serious. But the women he'd been dating still came on the dates hopeful they could change his mind. Disappointing them had started to wear on his soul, like he was some kind of cheat. In a sense, maybe he was, since he was in love with Rae. Dylan trudged up the steps. He wasn't normally a bummer kind of guy, but this whole thing with her was turning him into one. In the past, when he'd been into a woman who didn't reciprocate his feelings, he'd been able to move on. Not with Rae. His life was so intertwined with hers. The time he spent in her company was turning into torture. He wanted to take her into his arms and tell her how he felt. He needed to be so much more than the friend she went shopping with every Saturday, who she traded babysitting with, or who maintained her car. Something had to change. At the top of the stairs, he paused outside her door. Taking a deep breath, he gave it a soft tap and called, "It's me." "Come in." Dylan did and found her in the rocking chair with Beth asleep on her lap. He knelt by the chair and kissed the toddler's forehead, wanting to do the same to her mother. The little girl's forehead was warm to his touch, and her slow breaths rattled a little. "Oh, she's sick again," he said. "She's had a rough month. I think it's the sniffles," Rae said. "The fever came on after dinner." "I can take her for a while." When Rae gave a relieved nod, he gently took the child and sat on the couch with her. Beth curled up against him, as she always did, and his heart swelled. He might not be her father, but he loved her as though he were. Rae rose stiffly from the chair like she'd been there a long time and stretched. "I'm sorry I was out playing while you had a tough night." Dylan wished once again he could offer her the comfort and support a husband would have. "She wasn't too bad, only a little fussy." Rae gave him a tired smile. "So don't you go feeling guilty about me being here with the kids. You know very well the littles keep each other occupied." That did make Dylan feel a little better, but it didn't relieve the ache he carried all the time now for something he couldn't have. "Would you like something to eat?" she asked, turning toward the kitchen. "I just took someone to dinner, remember?" Dylan said. "I'm full." "Would you like some cookies?" She reached over to brush a strand of the baby's hair aside and then surprisingly ran her knuckles down his cheek. He glanced up, a rush of hope washing through him. It died at the flash of surprise and dismay that crossed her face. Her cheeks flushing, Rae turned and hurried into the kitchen, not waiting for him to say anything. Dylan leaned back, Beth's little face resting against his chest, and wondered if the look on Rae's face meant what he'd hoped. Too often since they'd shared that sleepy kiss, he'd caught himself wondering if he'd dreamed it. Or worse, maybe she'd been thinking it was Mike she'd kissed. But Rae had been fully awake when she'd caressed his cheek, and it had absolutely been a caress. He heaved out a breath. He had to get a grip. It'd been a tough week, and he was tired. If he weren't careful, he'd say too much. And he wanted to say too much, to get this over with. Rae returned with a glass of milk and a few cookies on a plate. "Whenever you do this for me," he said, "I know what it must feel like to be Santa." She rolled her eyes and set the food on the table near his hand. He hoped she'd sit by him on the couch, but she took a chair instead. "How did it go tonight?" Rae asked. "Is she girlfriend material?" "You know I'm not in this for a girlfriend, any more than you're looking for a boyfriend," Dylan said with a flat look. "I know." She glanced everywhere but at him. What was with her tonight? The community ed catalog came, and I was looking through some of the class offerings. A few of them look interesting. "Like what?" "Well, I've been thinking about taking up cake decorating again." Rae shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you have your schedule yet for the fall?" "Yeah, it's the same as the spring, Monday and Wednesday nights." "That's perfect then. The advanced cake decorating class is on Thursday nights." Rae rubbed her hands together like she was nervous. "It only runs for 6 weeks, so it shouldn't be too big a deal for you to watch the children, I hope." She looked at him then. "What if we have Amelia watch all the kids?" he asked. "I've always thought it'd be fun to decorate cakes." "You?" "Don't look so surprised," Dylan scowled. "You know I like to bake. I've done it enough for you." "I didn't mean to offend you." Rae rubbed her hands together again. "You didn't offend me." What was bothering her? She'd seemed on edge the last couple of weeks, but when he'd asked her about it, she'd told him it was nothing. Rae clasped her hands tightly. "I've never heard you mention interest in anything like that before." The feeling that something had to change struck Dylan again. His pulse quickened, and he knew he was done holding back, done pretending he wasn't in love with this woman. She was already the center of his life, but he needed her to want him to be the center of hers, too. It was time. "It'd be fun because I'd be spending the time with you." He gently moved Beth to the couch, and he stood. "I want to spend time with just you." "Stop right there." Alarm flashed across Rae's face, and she jumped to her feet. "Don't say anything more, Dylan." "I have to. I'm in love with you." He said the words softly. At first, she didn't move, her eyes closed, her head shaking back and forth as though denying his words. "Rae, please." He took her shoulders and she opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. "I love you too, Dylan." The words came out in a flat tone, like something inside her had broken and was causing her terrible pain. She'd said the words he'd been longing to hear for months, but her tone and the expression on her face filled him with dread instead of joy. Maybe she hadn't understood what he meant. "No, I'm in love with you, Rae. I want to be the one taking you out on dates. I want to be the one you spend your life with, share the raising of your children with." Dylan cupped her cheek. She closed her eyes again and rested it against his hand. His heart galloped. His patience was paying off. With his thumb, he gently lifted her chin. He moved closer until he could feel her warm breath and smell the cinnamon from her baking, waiting to see if she pulled back. When she didn't, he brushed her lips with his, soft at first, and then letting his desire show. Rae slid her arms up his chest and around his neck, pulling him closer. Heat and electricity coursed through him. Yes, she loved him too. He thought he might explode with happiness. Rae had become the center of his world, and the feel of her in his arms completed him. Dylan deepened the kiss, and it seemed to ignite her too. She pulled him closer, an almost desperate intensity in the way she ran her hands through his hair. She loved him. She wanted him. Dylan kissed her mouth, her cheek, and then her neck. Only then did he feel moisture and realized she was crying. He lifted his head, and she opened her now tortured eyes. His gut twisted. "I can't get involved, Dylan," Rae said, her tone sounding dead now. All signs of the earlier fire gone. "I won't remarry, so I can't give you what you want." Her voice cracked, and she tore herself from his arms. "I don't understand," he said. "I love you. You love me. I want to marry you." "I can't." She lifted Beth from the couch, the little girl not waking. "You don't have to take Jaden with you. He'll be fine to stay the night." Dylan reached for Rae, but she stepped back, holding Beth against her like a barrier, to keep him away. "I can't do this anymore," he said, his voice sounding dead now. Rae's eyes widened, fear in her expression. "What do you mean?" "Did you not hear what I said?" he asked, disbelieving. "I can't just be your friend anymore. This is killing me." "Dylan, I never meant to hurt you, but I can't get involved with anyone, not even you." Her voice broke on the last word, and her eyes pleaded with him. A terrible sense of defeat settled on him, and he thought he saw her for the first time. The bile at the back of his throat tasted bitter. "All these months, you've happily taken everything I've offered you. You claim to love me, but you say you can't get involved with me?" Dylan's voice turned hard. "You mean you won't? There's a difference." His heart ached as he bounded up the stairs to Preston's bedroom. "Hey, little dude," Dylan said softly as he shook his nephew. "It's time to get you home to your own bed." Rae was standing in the bedroom doorway, still holding Beth, when Dylan turned around with Jaden in his arms. "I won't be troubling you anymore." "No, please, Dylan, not like this," she whispered as he brushed past her. He paused but didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. He went down Rae's apartment stairs and out her door. Out of her life. Still in shock, Rae stared at the empty bedroom doorway. Beth stirred, pulling Rae back to herself. She took her daughter to her bedroom and settled her for the night. Rae slowly made her way downstairs to check the door. Of course, Dylan had locked it. Even in his anger and frustration, he'd never do anything to put her and the children in danger. Numbly, she sank onto the couch. She put a hand to her lips and could still smell his aftershave. After all this time, she'd given in and kissed him. It had been amazing. Dylan had said he loved her, wanted to marry her. The memory of the expression on his face twisted her heart. He'd also said he couldn't just be her friend. Had he meant it? Would he refuse her friendship if she couldn't give him more? More. How she wanted a world where there could be more between them. What was she going to do? Dylan Rademaker, with her children, was the center of her life. How could she carry on without him? A sense of loss as powerful as the one she'd experienced a year ago when Mike had died threatened to overwhelm her. Rae leaned over on the couch and cried. Chapter 14. "My lease is up next month, so I think it's time to look for a different apartment," Dylan said to Amelia, trying to sound casual as they put together the lunch trays for the August birthdays in the staff break room. "What are you talking about?" she asked, disbelieving. "Is Rae moving too?" "No." Then why would you move? Amelia turned to face him. Because I blabbed it all yesterday. Dylan still felt sick about it, but he knew it had to be this way. And Rae rejected me. What? Amelia took his arms and stared into his face as though she thought he were lying to her. There's no way she turned you down. Believe me, he said, his voice flat. She did. But I don't understand. Amelia dropped her hands, her expression troubled. She's in love with you, Dylan. I know it. She is. She told me so. Then how can she have said no? Because she's not going to marry anybody, Jason Lee said as he entered the room, followed by a man Dylan didn't recognize. Lee shrugged. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to intrude, but this is kind of important stuff. Let me introduce a friend of mine. His name is Tim Gallo. I used to date his sister. He knows Rae. You're that, Tim? Dylan asked, tilting his head to study the man. What do you mean, that, Tim? Amelia asked. Rae's gone out with him a few times. Dylan had to work to keep the bitterness from his voice. She's enjoyed your dates. I hope you're not getting too attached to her, though. Watching with interest, Lee leaned against the counter and stole one of the carrots from the vegetable tray. Amelia smacked his hand. For the first time, Dylan wished Mr. G had announced to the staff about the ownership change that was in the works. Maybe Lee wouldn't be looking so smug if he knew his job could be on the line. We're only friends, Tim said, studying Dylan. Have you ever heard of Dr. Aurora? Oh, no, Amelia said with a groan. Who's she? Dylan asked. An advice radio host, Amelia said. She's a licensed therapist and her show is syndicated. I've listened to her a few times, but I'm not a fan. She's a little too rigid on a lot of issues. One thing she's firm on is that people with children who find themselves single again shouldn't get involved until after their children are grown. That, the Tim guy nodded. Rae told me this Dr. Aurora said most of the dangers for abused or murdered children came from new boyfriends or spouses. This doctor lady says children have the right to a good home where they're loved and are the center of attention. A new man or woman in the home puts that in danger. Rae said that's why she wouldn't let another man into her life. She was quite emphatic about it when she mentioned it to me. Why were you talking marriage to her? Dylan asked, fighting against his rising jealousy. Rae brought it up on our first date. She said she wanted to set expectations up front, Tim said simply. She mentioned it to me, too, Lee said. How had Rae discussed this with two men but never once with Dylan? He felt betrayed. Oh, get off your high horse, the salesman said. She only told me because she wanted to hassle me about flirting with a lot of women but never having a girlfriend. Rae was trying to mother me. I have my own issues, man, and I know it. Lee's expression turned troubled. She actually painted a pretty gruesome picture for me as an old man. Did she? Amelia asked, her brows raised in that nosy way she had. Don't go there, but thank you very much for your interest. Lee's tone had turned sarcastic. He turned to Dylan. While Tim and I were headed to lunch, we realized we both knew Rae. Why were you talking about her? Dylan asked, crossing his arms. The usual smug expression Lee wore around Dylan disappeared. I happened to mention I have a coworker who was in love with a widow who listened to Dr. Aurora. Tim made the connection. Am I that obvious? Dylan growled. I watch people more than most, Lee said. I did it first because, to be honest, I was a little jealous you were able to get close to the widow, and I wasn't. Not that I was interested in anything more than casual dating, but you two did everything together. Tim, here, thought you should know. Thank you, Dylan said, surprised. Rae never mentioned it to me. Or me. I wonder why that is, Amelia said with a grin. She tells you everything, but she kept this one thing back. What we need to do is convince her you're not a danger to her kids. A danger to her kids? Are you kidding me? Dylan cried, more than a little insulted. "If she were really worried about me, then why has she trusted me to tend her children all these months?" And that, my friend, is the question of the century. How can you convince a woman who's so protective of her kids, yet has you there almost from the start supporting her and treating her little ones like his own? Lee rolled his eyes. "I've never met a woman who was so intense when it came to her offspring. I think it's an admirable quality. All you have to do is figure out how to get around Mama Bear. Come on, Tim." He snatched another carrot and jumped out of the way of Amelia's swing. "Good luck," Tim said as he followed Jason to the door. "Ray's always spoken very highly of you." Dylan rubbed his face. How was he supposed to get past this vow Rae had apparently made to herself? "For now, don't look at another apartment," Amelia said. "I do think it might not be a bad idea for you to make yourself scarce. I've mentioned before you're her go-to person whenever she needs something. She's come to rely on you, and I think she's taking you for granted. It's easy to consider being alone for the next decade when she's got you there, filling her emotional needs." "I'm not comfortable playing her," Dylan said, his tone flat. "You've made your feelings known, and you told me she rejected you. Rae cannot possibly believe everything will go on the way it has in the past. All I'm saying is she needs to realize you're not going to be there at the drop of a hat like you have been. You've removed yourself from the friend zone." Amelia tapped the counter, contemplative. "I love those kids like my own. I won't make them suffer because their mother and I disagree. I'll be there for them as long as I can." "As long as you can?" "Rae has no obligation to let me see them." "True that," Amelia said with a wince. "I was right about her being in love with you. I'd never have guessed Rae had martyr tendencies, but we'll figure out a way to make this work. She needs to understand she's not the only one who loves those kids and would do anything for them. We have to help her understand she can trust her own ability to judge your character and doesn't have to rely on that Dr. Aurora who's never met you." "You don't have a problem with me still being there for the kids?" "While being aloof with her?" Amelia tapped her chin. "You don't want to make it look like you're obviously punishing her, but you did say you couldn't go on like you have been. I think you need to hold to that, so maybe see her kids, but not as often. I know you and Mr. G have been working on something." She looked at Dylan expectantly, but he didn't say anything, so she continued. "You can be busy with that stuff and back off from those things you and she have been doing together. If you happen to take Jaden to the park, you can invite her kids." "But not her," Dylan said with a nod. "No more weekend breakfasts or movie nights or grocery shopping or any of the other family things we've been doing for months." "Exactly. If you need a babysitter for Jaden, give me a call." "I'm done with the dating thing." "Not quite yet. I told you I'm not going to play her. Trying to make her jealous would be playing her." Dylan heaved out of breath. "I'm not saying you should make her jealous by pretending to have a girlfriend," Amelia said, patting him on the arm. "I like you all the better, Dylan Rademaker, that you wouldn't do that to Rae. I do think she needs to believe you're trying to move on. You need to stand by what you told her. Things can't go on the way they have. I believe she'll come to understand not only what she's missing for herself, but also for her children." "I guess I can do that. Mr. G's been pressuring me to take on more. He'll be happy." "What's that all about anyway?" she asked again. Dylan shrugged like he always did when she asked him about it. "Fine, then. I'll make sure to drop a few subtle hints about Dr. Aurora when I think Ray's listening. That she's not mentioned this to me makes me think she'd know I wouldn't approve. I'll have to see what I can find out online about this Dr. Aurora's advice." Amelia winked at him. "Now off with you until the party this afternoon." Dylan headed out to his truck, feeling hopeful for the first time since Rae had pushed him away. Chapter 15. As Rae decorated Preston's birthday cake, she mourned. She'd discovered Dylan to be true to his words. In the week since their declarations, he'd turned back into the friendly, considerate man she'd known before he'd moved next door. Simply a coworker and a neighbor whose nephew sometimes played with her children. She'd cried herself to sleep the night Dylan had declared himself. His ominous words had become a reality. Since they'd started the dating site, she'd worried he'd get involved with someone and she'd lose him. If he had met someone else, she'd told herself, there'd be time to prepare herself for the loss. Rae had never considered she might drive him away. Mr. G had started having Dylan stay later in the evenings. Rae expected them to make the announcement of the sale any day. She'd thought he'd ask her to watch Jaden on those evenings, but he either had his babysitter or Amelia watch the little boy instead. Her little family missed seeing Dylan and Jaden. Beth haunted the front door, jiggling the handle. It made Rae think of last fall. The Littles had kept going back and forth between the two apartments and forgetting to close the doors. To keep Beth from tumbling down the stairs, Dylan had gotten permission to install a safety gate at the top. Rae assessed the fondant and decided it was the right thickness. Beth squealed in the living room and Preston shouted at her. Rae stepped into the room and her son ducked his head. "Why are you so cross today?" she asked him. "I miss Jaden," he said dolefully. "I want Dilly." Beth started to cry. "Oh, baby, I know." Rae lifted her daughter and hugged her. "He has to work today." "But it's my birthday." Preston leaned his head against Rae's leg. "I know, sweetheart." Rae's eyes stung. "Jaden's grandpa took him to the water park today." She wouldn't have let Preston go with them even if Mr. Rademaker had invited her son, which he hadn't. It's a good thing for Jaden to spend time with his grandfather. "Why couldn't we go to the water park?" Preston looked at her, his expression accusatory. "I explained that to you already." Rae set Beth down. "Your sister can't go on the same rides as you, and I can't watch the two of you by myself." Every day she expected Preston, sensitive little soul that he was, to ask what was wrong. He recognized something was, but simply wasn't old enough to have the words to express his loss, any more than he had last year when his father had died. Rae wished she knew what to tell him. Why had Dylan ruined everything? They'd been happy the way things were. Well, she had, but obviously he hadn't. Now no one was. "I need to finish your cake," she said. "We have a birthday party to get ready for." "Yes!" Preston's face brightened, and he jumped up and down. His sister copied him. "Can you and Beth pick up the balls, please?" While the children scurried around the living room, Rae went back into the kitchen. She'd invited a few of Preston's friends from his daycare. It would only last an hour and include a few games, the cake and ice cream, and then the gift opening. It was all she could handle alone. By the time the last child and parent left after the party, Rae was exhausted, and her house was trashed. Preston was happy, though, and didn't argue when she suggested he rest while Beth took her nap. As Rae cleaned, she wondered if perhaps she should look for another job, an apartment. She'd chosen this complex because it had split-level apartments and was close to work. If she changed jobs, she could find somewhere closer to it. When Rae finished cleaning, she sat on the couch with her laptop and opened a browser. In many ways, the people at GPC had become her family, especially after Mike had died. Leaving would be agony. But seeing the now distant Dylan almost every day was, too. Noise came from upstairs. With a sigh, Rae closed her computer and went up to Preston's bedroom. "Can I have more cake?" he asked as she combed Beth's hair back into a ponytail. "After dinner." "Ah," he complained. "It'll be worth the wait," Rae said. "We're having pizza for dinner, remember?" "Yum! Can we go to the play center? Preston clasped his hands to his chest and put on his begging expression. Rae rolled her eyes. Not tonight. Your party wore me out. But we can watch a movie. Okay. His response was so glum she wondered if he were missing Jaden again. She did too. As they came down the stairs, there was a light tap on the front door. Preston scurried the rest of the way down. Let me get it, Rae said, hurrying after him. She opened the door to find Dylan standing there with Jaden. Her heart gave a happy lurch, but she forced her expression to remain calm. His usual happy personality was subdued, and she wondered if his heart ached as much as hers did. You're back! Preston cried to Jaden. How come I couldn't go with you? Before the little boy could do more than shrug, Beth had launched herself at Dylan. Daddy! She wrapped her arms around his neck and snuggled her face into his shoulder. Dylan pulled her close and shut his eyes. When he opened them, they were moist. It made Rae's eyes sting. He'd missed her children as much as she had Jaden. Hey, little princess. Dylan cleared his throat. Did you have fun with your grandpa? Rae asked, smoothing back a strand of Jaden's hair. He nodded and clutched at her hand. I wanted you all to come too. Dylan cleared his throat. We're going to the park and wondered if Beth and Preston would like to come. Rae didn't miss that she wasn't invited, and a painful knot formed in her chest. Is Mama coming? Preston asked, looking at Rae. Mama has to come. Jaden gave her a pull toward the door. Rae had a hard time swallowing against the lump in her throat. Not this time. You all go have fun with Dilly. Preston looked about to argue, but Dylan said, Let's go, everyone. Jaden has a birthday present for you. They turned and went down the stairs. She hurried to the balcony where she could see them. Dylan had put Beth on his shoulders, and each little had a finger through a belt loop. Rae watched them make their way through the courtyard and out toward the playground. She hadn't felt so alone since that awful birthday last year, which had fallen on the 2-month anniversary of Mike's death. This was her new future. Rae went back inside and sank to the couch. Alone, exactly as she'd promised. Chapter 16. Well, I know Jasmine. She does give good advice. Sometimes, Amelia was saying as Rae entered her office. But that woman is not the be-all and end-all on all decisions a woman should make about her life. I tell you, your friend needs to consider the quality of this man before making a decision. Rae put her purse in the desk drawer and turned on her computer, wondering what trouble Jasmine's friend was having now. The office staff had been hearing about the woman's trials and tribulations since she'd left her husband more than a year ago. I know, but she really loves this new guy. She wants to marry him and have another kid, Jasmine said. If she waits until her daughter is grown, she'll be too old for more. What's she to do? I'd say she has to remember she's blending a family and not creating a first family and a second one. It's easier when the children are young, but even teenagers can blend into a happy family. I hear all the time about men who think they're playing second fiddle after their first kid is born. Even in intact families, the children should be a top priority for both parents. That doesn't change when the parents decide they don't want to be married to each other anymore. Rae went to stand by the door to hear better. Micah's mother left his father because the man was cheating on her. She'd always liked her mother-in-law and worried how she'd take the news. Know what she said? Jasmine shook her head. Her mother-in-law said she wasn't divorcing anyone. As long as she was still grandma, she was fine with it. And she was a woman who kept her word. When Micah's mother remarried, her new husband brought a couple of kids with him. They then had 2 more between them, a real yours, mine, and ours blended family. That ex-mother-in-law treated every one of those 6 kids the same way. It helped to reinforce the new family philosophy. There wasn't any such thing as step or half. The kids were brothers and sisters, period. Their philosophy was every member of the family was important, and they looked after each other. It worked for them because they made it work. Amelia's voice turned firm. I say, if your friend is sure this man is a good man and will treat her daughter with the love and respect every child of God deserves, then she should go for it. But Dr. Aurora says you can't be sure. How can my friend know? Jasmine asked. Fighting an unexpected sense of unease, Rae stepped closer. I'd say pray about it, but your friend might not be a believer. So she and this man need to communicate. If you can't trust a man, you sure shouldn't be welcoming him into your bed and certainly not into your family. Making a family's a lot of dang work, believe me. Amelia sighed, especially when they're teenagers. She shouldn't be looking for someone who will make her happy, but who will make her daughter happy too. And she needs to ask herself if she can do that for his children. She can have both, the love of her life and a good father for her kids. All she has to do is choose the right man. Amelia turned around then. Morning, Rae. I didn't hear you come in. She swallowed, unable to shake the sense she'd stepped onto rocky ground. I was just wondering what you were lecturing Jasmine about today. As much as I like guys, the termite bookkeeper said with a huff, I'm wondering if they're worth it. It's too hard. You don't like serious relationships? Rae asked with a grin. Well, they're sure no fun. There are different kinds of fun, Amelia said. Stretching yourself is never easy, but that doesn't mean it's not worthwhile and very satisfying in the end. My children have forced me to grow in ways I'd never dreamed, but I wouldn't change a thing. It's all about being thoughtful and making good choices, including relationships. Mr. G stepped into the office. Morning, ladies. We have a few minutes before the office opens, and I have an announcement. If you'd all please come into the break room. A thrill ran through Rae for Dylan. This must be it. Dylan's stomach knotted as he stood with the others on the route team. What if the people he'd thought of as friends treated him differently? Mr. G had always been approachable, but he'd also been very much the boss. What if Dylan's coworkers didn't respect him as the new owner and manager? He really wished he'd kept his big mouth shut about his feelings for Rae. He could have used her confidence boosts. Whenever he doubted himself, she'd always been there to lean on. The last few weeks had been miserable, even worse than when he'd thought his love was unrequited. Unrequited. It was such a drama word, and he'd never thought of himself as a drama guy. He gave a dark chuckle, and one of the sprayers shot him a curious glance. I wonder what this is all about, Mateo said. Dylan shrugged. Fortunately, Mr. G stepped to the front of the room just then. I know time is short, but I have an important announcement to make, he began. My wife wants me to retire. No! A couple of people cried while almost everyone in the room started to grumble. Now, don't jump to conclusions, everyone. Mr. G held up his hands until they quieted. I've heard a few rumors about green pest control being bought out by one of the nationwide chains. It's true, I've had an offer, but... He had to wait to get their attention again. But I also decided to make an offer of my own. Mr. G didn't look at Dylan, but Lee and Amelia both did. Dylan forced his hands to unclench. He was going to make a complete fool of himself. They were all going to hate him. A warm hand slid into his, and he jerked his head around. Rae. She didn't say a word as she looked ahead at Mr. G, but her silent support calmed Dylan's nerves. He was able to key in on what their boss was saying. I'm happy to announce I've taken on Dylan Rademaker as my partner. The room erupted with applause, and Rae squeezed his hand. Mr. G signaled for Dylan to join him up front. "You've got this," she whispered. Dylan had to blink a few times as he stepped forward, overcome by the support of his coworkers, his employees. "We've been training together the last few weeks," Mr. G said. "I'll come into the office every day through the end of the year. After that, Dylan will move into my office and I'll continue on as an advisor of sorts, coming in to help a few days a week. This will be his last week assigned to a route, so we can focus on his training. Dylan, do you have anything to add?" He met Rae's gaze, encouraged by the nod of confidence she gave him. "Nothing, except the people at Green Pest Control have been like a family to me. When Mr. G told me about that other offer, like you, I was worried." Dylan gave a wry grin. "And then he extended his offer, and I was freaked out. I appreciate Mr. G's confidence in me, and I'll do my best to keep GPC a family company." Everyone started clapping again, but Amelia called out for everyone to get to work. The staff began to break up. "Looks like we'll have to start calling you Mr. D," Mateo said, patting Dylan on the back. "Congratulations." "I like it," Jasmine said with a grin. "A Mr. G and a Mr. D. But please don't change the name of the company. That'd be a mouthful when answering the phones." She gave Dylan a quick hug and then looked embarrassed and hurried back to the front office. He glanced around, but Rae had already left. He wished he could tell her how much her support had meant to him. Rae sat at her desk, a wistful edge to her happiness for Dylan. She'd known he was anxious about how the employees would take the news. He must feel gratified at their enthusiastic response. As she went through her books, Rae's thoughts drifted back to the story Amelia had told about Micah's childhood family. What if his mother had received advice like Jasmine's friend, like Rae had? He'd have been part of a family with 2 children instead of 6. Rae knew how much he loved all of his siblings. As Amelia had said, he didn't treat any of them differently. "What makes you so somber this morning?" Jason asked quietly as he slipped into the chair by her desk. Rae startled and brought her hands to her chest. "You about scared me to death." "Sorry, you seem preoccupied. Is it because of the change in management?" "No, I've known that was coming since the beginning." "I wondered if you had, considering how close you and Dylan are." Jason arched a brow, his expression approving. "It's good to know you can keep a secret." "It wasn't my secret to share," she said. "Can I help you with anything?" "Yes," he said with a grin. "I'd like to take you to dinner." "I'd love to get out, but I'd have to see if I can get a babysitter first." "What about Dylan?" Jason asked. "Isn't he your go-to guy for that?" "He's been busy a lot lately." Rae squeezed her pencil, glancing away. "I thought you two were best friends." "We were." She winced. She hadn't meant to say that. "Were? That doesn't sound good." It wasn't. Rae's throat tightened. Jason leaned forward, looking concerned, and asked softly, "What's going on, Rae?" She closed her eyes and shook her head, unable to speak. "Is it him? Or you?" Her, of course, but she wasn't going to tell Jason that. "Look, you and Dylan are a fit. It's not selfish of you to love him. He's a good man, and he'd be a great father to your children." Surprised, Rae glanced up and met his gaze. There was nothing fake there, only complete sincerity. "I thought you didn't like him." She squeezed the pencil tighter, wondering if she should even be talking about this to Jason. "That's my bad, not his. I saw him as competition, but then I realized he was serious about you and your children. Let me ask you this." Jason reached over and pulled the pencil from her grasp. "What has he ever done to make you think he wouldn't treat your children well?" Rae said nothing. "Dylan Rademaker is the real thing. I've never seen him act out of character, because it is his character. Unlike me, what you see is what you get. All the time. He's helpful, friendly, courteous. A Boy Scout." Jason said the last with a frown. For the first time, a touch of humor returned to her. "Feeling a little insecure?" "No, just wondering if I could be more than I am." For a second, Jason's eyes clouded like he was thinking of something else, and then he blinked. I know you told me you'd never get involved before your children are adults. In some cases, that'd be a good decision. I know plenty of women who make really bad choices in men. But your Mike was a good man, a good father, right? Rae nodded. She wanted to believe what he was saying, and it was wearing on her resolve. See, you already have a good track record. You and Dylan have been in each other's pockets for nearly a year now. Has he ever lost his patience with your kids? She frowned, thinking back. Rarely. He's actually more patient with them than their father was, and Dylan connects with them better. Mike had been a good man and a loving father, but he'd commented more than once that he'd be glad when they were older and he could do things with them. Think about it. Jason stood. He gave her an encouraging nod before turning around and heading into the other office, where he called out a flirtatious greeting to Jasmine. Rae tried to return to her work, but her stomach was so tense it hurt. What if she believed Jason only because she wanted to so badly? Was she really in a good emotional place to make a decision about this? Yet, she'd often thought Mike and Dylan would have liked each other, been friends. Her breath caught in her chest. How could she have come to love Dylan so much so soon? It'd only been 13 months since Mike had died. It was too much. She pulled her purse from the desk drawer and called out to the others. I'm going to take an early lunch. Drive safely, Amelia called, watching Rae with interest. She raced to her car. Once she got into it, she paused, staring at the nearby rose bush and the large red blooms. Where should she go? Somewhere calm where she could think. A light breeze brought a waft of fragrance into her open window. Rae and Tim had never made it to the cemetery rose garden. That might be the quiet place she needed. Chapter 17. After parking her car, Rae made her way through the rose-decorated wrought iron entrance to the cemetery. The heavenly bouquet greeted her, stronger than anything she'd ever smelled before. She took her time strolling along the stone paths, some with bushes and others with cascades of blooms flowing over arches. Rae paused to study some of the names on the old tombstones. She wondered what the people's lives had been like, what challenges they'd faced, what losses they'd suffered, or joys they'd had. Finally, she found a bench underneath a particularly beautiful spray of rose blooms and sat. Thinking back over the last year, Rae assessed her interactions with Dylan. He and Jaden had quickly become the center of her family. Yes, Dylan sometimes got cranky with the children, but so did she. And when she was having a tough day, Dylan had been there to help her put things in perspective. Rae thought she'd done the same thing for him. Like Jason had said, Dylan was the real deal. His concern for his nephew had been strong from the beginning. She remembered the expression on Dylan's face when he'd told her about his girlfriend's ultimatum. Rae gave a soft laugh. She completely understood his disbelief the woman had demanded he give up his nephew. Dylan had also said he wanted to be the kind of parental figure for Jaden his cold father hadn't been for Dylan and Nora. He'd succeeded. An image of his face as Beth had thrown herself in his arms flashed through Rae's mind. Her daughter had called him Daddy, and Jaden had called her Mama. Rae blinked against the stinging in her eyes. I finally found you, Amelia's familiar voice said, sounding a little breathless. She collapsed onto the bench. I never realized how big this place was. What are you doing here? Rae asked. Who's covering the office? My well-trained staff, of course. Amelia pinned one of her disapproving gazes on Rae, and she knew she was in for it. How did you know I was here? I followed you, of course. I've been wanting to talk to you about something, and this seemed the perfect day for it." "What?" Rae asked, though she had an idea. "Who?" Amelia said. "And you know it's Dylan." "Yes." Rae let out a deep sigh. "You're trying to decide what to do with him." Rae blinked and shifted on the bench to face her friend. "Do with him?" "Yes. Are you going to keep him or throw him away? Isn't that what you're struggling with?" Her face warming, Rae clenched her jaw to keep from saying something she'd regret. "Now see, I can tell I've made you mad, and I'm sorry about that." Amelia patted Rae's hand and said, "What do you call it when you're in love with a good man but kick him to the curb when he tells you he loves you too?" "I never—" Rae jumped to her feet, but Amelia clasped her wrist. "How do you think he felt?" So much for the peaceful time to think through her feelings. With a sense of defeat, Rae let her friend pull her back down to the bench. "It appears to me you have a tough decision to make. You can marry Dylan." "Don't look at me like that. He told me about that night and your vow." "It's not a vow." "Call it what you want. I think we need to review the disadvantages of marrying that excellent young man." "You're hardly unbiased," Rae said flatly. "And neither are you, hun. You're even more invested in Dylan than I am, and that's saying a lot. Although my investment in him is very different from yours, since I could be his mother." Amelia grinned, and it seemed to lighten the mood a little. "And already married to Micah?" "That too." Rae sighed. "All right, I'll play along, but let's be realistic." "Being realistic includes his good qualities and his bad qualities." "Okay, I'll start with a good one," Amelia said. "He loves your kids." "They're not his children, and he could change his mind because they're not." "Love doesn't turn off like a faucet, hon." Amelia shook her head. "Jaden isn't his child either, but he loves him and is as good a father to him as any man could be to a child of his loins." There was nothing Rae could say to counter it. "Don't you have anything to say?" Amelia pushed. "Doesn't he have other negative traits?" "Of course he does. So do I. Even you have negative traits." "What? Me?" Amelia gave a mock gasp and then winked. "I'm so old, I thought I only had eccentricities anymore." "Oh, right. You'd be translated into heaven except for your humility," Rae said. "Tell me what you're really afraid of." Amelia's voice had turned soft. "My children would be better off with no father than to have one who abuses and neglects them." "And of course, that sounds like something Dylan would do." "What happens if we were to marry and have more children?" Rae leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "What if he prefers his own biological children to mine?" "Do you think he'd show preference for them over Jaden?" Rae slowly straightened. Dylan loved his nephew and was fiercely protective of him. The little boy would never be neglected in his uncle's care. "Hun, that man has the biggest heart I've ever seen, which is saying a lot considering I'm married to Micah. Dylan already loves Preston and Beth. If you two have more children, he's not going to love less. His ability to love will grow even bigger." "Oh, Amelia," Rae said, her eyes burning as her mind and heart did battle. "I want this so badly. I'm afraid I won't make the right decision." "You're as defensive of your children as a mother should be." Amelia put her arm around Rae and gave her a hug. "Let's say Dylan were to turn out to be a split-personality kind of guy." Amelia looked at her with a mock concerned expression. "You haven't seen any symptoms, have you?" Rae shook her head with a frown. "Of course not, because you won't. Let's say he were to change his nature. You'd still be there. You're a feisty, independent woman, Rae, and I have no doubt you'd kick his rear end right out the door. The best thing the two of you can do is talk about everything. That boy loves you, and he's been patient for a long time." "This isn't recent?" Rae frowned, her doubts returning. "He's been in love with you since before the holidays, but he knew you weren't in a good place then. He's been giving you time to heal." "Had he been waiting like a predator?" "You're doing it again," Amelia cried. "I can see it on your face. No, He hasn't been working you to convince you to marry him so he can have you and then neglect your kids. Come on, Rae. This is Dylan. We've known him for years." "I know." Rae rubbed her temples against the headache building there. Amelia watched her. "This isn't just about Dr. Aurora's advice, is it? What else is driving your fear?" "I had a friend I knew in high school who got involved with a man after her divorce. She'd thought he was a good guy, too, but he ended up abusing her daughter. He killed her." "That poor baby," Amelia sighed. "If you really believe Dylan is capable of that, don't marry him. But now it's time to move on, either way. I don't for a minute think Mike would want you to hole yourself up and not love again until those kids are raised. Good grief, that's 16 years. He'd trust you to make the right decision. You've got yourself a gem in Dylan." "I'll have to think about it." Amelia gave her another hug and rose from the bench. "I know he had a tough time growing up. I've often thought when he's with Jaden or your kids, he's giving them his missing childhood, and that's why he worked so hard to make it magical for them." There was so much truth in her words. Rae stood. "I need to get back to work. I know I've told you this before, but I appreciate how you've mothered me. I don't know what I'd have done without you this year." She hugged Amelia. "I've done my best." She placed her hand on Ray's shoulder and said softly, "You hurt him, you know, when you kissed him and then told him you'd never marry him." "Yes, I know." A lump formed in Ray's throat, and she found it hard to speak. "I hurt myself, too." "Ah, but what do you think it would do to a good man to be told he couldn't be trusted around a woman's children? What if I'd had a child from my first marriage and had said that to Micah?" Rae closed her eyes but couldn't stop the moisture from running down her cheeks. Amelia was right. There was only one man who was Micah Greer's equal, and that was Dylan Rademaker. Understanding the magnitude of what Rae had done to him struck her like a lightning bolt, and pain stabbed into her chest. How had he even been able to look at her after what she'd said to him? "I think you understand now," Amelia said. "If you decide to switch out that promise you made to yourself into something that would include Dylan, do it in a grand way." Rae opened her eyes. Amelia smiled, nodding her head, and walked away. A lightness filled Rae for a second, and she thought she might float away. Then sharp reality hit her again. Did he hate her now? She didn't think so because he'd accepted her support at the announcement. Then Rae knew she'd made up her mind, and the lightness returned. She wanted to skip along the cemetery walk. Could he forgive her for doubting him? A sudden resolve, even more powerful than the one she'd felt about staying clear of romance, hit her. She would fight for him. Amelia had said to do it in a grand way. What had she meant? An image from one of the romance books she'd read came to mind. A grand gesture. That must be it. An idea started to grow. It would be a grand gesture, something incredibly difficult for Rae to do, but which Dylan would understand. Was she brave enough to do it? Would he tell her no? Rae would never know unless she tried. Dylan finished his final route with a sense of nostalgia. He hoped the decision to purchase the company wasn't a mistake. He loved working outdoors and talking to people. As he headed to the office, he was surprised to find Lee. It was almost as though he'd been waiting for him. Would he make some kind of snarky comment about Dylan being the boss? "Hey, man," Dylan said. "Break the company records again for sales?" Lee grinned. "Already worried about making money, Mr. D?" "No," Dylan said, ignoring the new name all the employees were calling him now. "We're really lucky to have someone with your talent working for us. I'll be honest, until I started shadowing Mr. G, I didn't realize how much you do for the company. He said you could make more money moving to one of the franchises." "That's true, but job satisfaction is more important to me than money," Lee said, his expression sobering. "Mr. G gives me freedom to do things my way, which is not something I would get working for one of them. As long as you continue to be honest in how you represent Green's services, I don't have a problem with you doing it your way. Dylan extended his hand. How are you doing? I'm doing well enough. Lee shook it, his expression bemused. From a business point of view, I guess. What does that mean? Dylan shoved his hands in his pockets. Well, I had a talk with Rae, Lee began, but when Dylan scowled, he added quickly, Don't worry, I wasn't coming on to her. You should know that by now. We're only friends. Yeah, me too. Dylan couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. I was arguing your case. She's already made up her mind. I'm not going to force myself on her. Don't give up. Not after I worked so hard to put in a good word about your stellar character as a potential father to her children. Dylan blinked. Why would you do that? Because I like Rae, and because, believe it or not, I like you. Plus, I've never in my life seen two people who fit together as well as you two do. You're both good people, and you deserve each other. Jason shot Dylan a knowing look. Give her a little time to think about things. I take it as a good sign that after I talked with her, she left in a hurry to take an early lunch. She was gone for a full hour. Amelia said she almost never does that. You think she's considering what you'd said? Dylan asked, trying to keep his hopes in control. Amelia said she and Jasmine set up a conversation to challenge some of the things Dr. Aurora says. Then I gave Rae some things to think about. We're all rooting for you, man. The gates burst open and hope flooded through Dylan for the first time since she'd pushed him away. Butterflies of anticipation did battle with the worry gnawing his stomach. Was there a chance she'd come to trust him? Thank you, Dylan said humbly. All you have to do is name your first son after me. Jason grinned and strode away. Chapter 18. Dylan wasn't in a mood to go to the mall. It'd been an exhausting week. His spirits had dropped when Rae said nothing. He'd only seen Preston and Beth once in passing. He missed them all. If he had his way, he and Jaden would veg at home. But Amelia had begged him to come, saying Micah would take the little dude, and Dylan would do anything for her. Making his way to the mall food court, he wondered what she was up to because he was pretty sure she was up to something. It was so like her to try to involve him in hopes of cheering him up. He searched the tables and finally found her sitting with a group of people. Then he recognized the faces. It was her church choir. He'd gotten to know them last year when he'd helped them with a flash mob at this very mall. What were they up to? Dylan slid into the empty seat across from Amelia. Thanks for coming, she said. He glanced at the others at the table. You guys doing another Christmas flash mob this year? Not Christmas in late August, she said with a wink. A chill went down Dylan's spine. Amelia wasn't going to try to get him to sing in front of an audience without any preparation, was she? Don't worry, she said, patting his hand that had started to shake. Be patient while we get set up. When Amelia rose from the table, so did the others. She gestured for him to take the seat she'd been in. It would give him the best view of the empty center section where they'd performed last December. Dylan made the change, but promised himself he'd not let her suck him into an impromptu performance. Yes, he loved to sing, but not in front of people. Last year's event had been a thrill, but the stage fright had nearly killed him. It seemed so long ago. Back then, he'd been hopeful about a future with Rae. He rubbed his temples. It appeared the helpful comments from Amelia and Jason hadn't worked. Rae's silence about anything personal had sent Dylan looking at apartments again. His current complex had granted him a 30-day extension on his lease, so at least he wouldn't be stuck where he was for another year. He wondered if she'd eventually look for work elsewhere. It'd be a shame. She was very good at what she did. Music started from the center of the food court, and he looked up. The choir stood close together rather than spread out as they'd done at Christmas. Shoppers who'd come to the food court for lunch were starting to realize something was about to happen and were pulling out their phones. Dylan recognized the music, Celine Dion's Because You Loved Me. Was Amelia going to do a solo? She had a beautiful, rich voice, and she wasn't terrified to sing in public. The choir surprised him by humming the first verse of the song. They did a great job with the harmony. As the verse was ending, the choir members had eased away from Amelia. A dark-haired woman stepped beside her. It took Dylan a second to register it was Rae. Electricity charged through him. Her hands shook, and his heart went out to her. He'd only agreed to sing for her once she'd said she'd play the piano for him. She had a great voice, but she didn't like to sing in front of people. Like him, it terrified her. Yet there she stood, evidently prepared to sing in public. Leave it to Amelia to have conned Rae into doing it. The older woman took Rae's hand. What would they do now? Then he remembered what the choir had been singing. A tiny trickle of hope tried to worm its way into Dylan's heart, but he pushed it back. This couldn't be anything more than Amelia having talked Rae into participating in a flash mob. Then why was his heart galloping? Rae's gaze found his with an intensity that took away his breath. The choir sang the lyrics from the beginning, but she didn't join in. She merely looked at him. Could she be saying she thought the lyrics about him? His body went warm, and he was finding it hard to breathe. Then the song made a key change to a lower range, and Rae joined into the singing with her lovely alto voice. She slowly raised an arm to point in his direction. Dylan glanced over his shoulder and blinked. Behind him stood Jason and Jasmine. Most of the rest of the Green Pest Control staff were gathered behind them. Jason shot Dylan an irritated scowl and gestured for him to face forward again. He did. The choir stopped singing, and Rae took the melody while Amelia sang an amazing descant around it. She dropped off, so Rae sang the final words, also the song's title, Alone, holding his gaze the whole time. She was singing this to him. Dylan had to wipe at his eyes in order to see her. Amelia handed Rae a mic, and she swallowed, her hands trembling even worse than they had when she'd been singing. Was she going to do a whole song solo now? He wished he could have been there to support her, like she'd done for him during the office announcement. But she spoke instead. I was wrong, Dylan. I was stupid not to admit to myself what a wonderful man you are. I was foolish. I hurt you, and I'm sorry. He stood, wanting to take the pain from her face. No, she wasn't foolish or stupid. She was a loving mother intent on protecting her children, who'd already lost so much. Shaking his head, he moved toward her. He'd been disappointed in her decision, but he'd understood the fear that had driven it. He'd do the same thing if necessary to protect Jaden. Dylan knew Rae was a woman who'd love that little boy as though he were her own, because she already did. I meant the words of the song. It's so, you. Her voice cracked on the last word. Dylan moved faster. He had to hold her, to comfort her, to let her know he forgave her. Amelia signaled for him to stop a couple of paces before Rae. He did, though it was hard. Can you forgive me? Rae's expression about broke him. She thought he was going to reject her. Oh, Rae, I know you didn't want to hurt me. I understand, so there's nothing to forgive. Rae licked her lips, and for a second he thought she might drop the mic. I want what you offered. Dylan's heart soared. He didn't wait for Amelia's permission, but leaped forward to pull Rae into his arms. He pressed his lips to hers, with the sound of the mall crowd screaming and clapping around them. Dylan wanted to kiss her forever, but suddenly Micah appeared with the 3 children. The littles ran forward, with Beth clinging to the older man's hand while trying to pull free. Daddy! Daddy! Beth cried. Dylan kissed Rae one more time and picked up the little girl. "Mama, you kissed Dilly," Preston said, looking up at both of them. "Is he going to be our new daddy?" Rae looked at him, her eyes shining again. "He hasn't said." "Heck yeah," Dylan cried. "I don't want anything more than to be Beth, Preston, and Jaden's dad. And your husband." He kissed her again while the littles jumped around, whooping. "I'm so happy for you both," Amelia said, giving each of them a hug, and then pinning Rae with a frustrated mock glare, one Dylan was glad wasn't being directed at him. "You made the right decision, hun." "Then you two are engaged?" Jasmine asked, giving Rae a hug. "Yes," Dylan said again and gave his fiancée a quick peck. He wanted to take her into his arms and really kiss her. But with the littles flitting around them, Beth holding onto his ear, and everyone trying to congratulate them, he'd have to be patient. He'd gotten good at that. Epilogue. Rae put the last decoration on the cake and stepped back. Her birthday this year had been very different from last year's. Dylan had gone out of his way to spoil her. It was like all the months he'd wanted to show her how he felt had grown inside him until they burst out. She gave a happy sigh. He'd wanted to get married right away, saying he'd waited long enough, if she were willing. She had been. He and Amelia had done all the planning. Dylan and Rae had chosen Lake Tahoe. They'd had a shoreline wedding followed by a dinner cruise with their friends and family. Mr. Rademaker had been quite nice and had even offered to take Jaden for the honeymoon. Dylan had insisted the children needed to stay together, and his father had agreed. Rae had suggested her new father-in-law keep the children for only one night. Amelia's grandchildren would be visiting her house, and she'd offered to take them for the rest of the honeymoon. Mr. Rademaker had seemed relieved, but she appreciated he was trying. Outside came the sound of children's voices, followed by little feet stomping up the stairs. Rae hurried to the sink to wash her hands. She was drying them as she stepped into the living room. The door burst open, and the children ran to her. "Mama, look what Daddy got for dinner," Jaden cried. Every time the little boy called her that, her eyes burned. "Come see." Preston took her hand and brought her to where Dylan stood with a box. The heat in his gaze made Rae's cheeks flush. They'd only been married 3 weeks, so they were technically still on their honeymoon. She hoped she could keep this fire burning for a long time. "What did you get?" she asked, though the restaurant's name was on the box. "Pizza! Pizza!" all 3 children cried. "At least it's gourmet." Dylan leaned forward and gave her a quick kiss. "Can you get everyone settled at the table?" she asked, taking the box from him. "Of course." He scooped Beth from the floor and blew on her belly, making her squeal. Once the children were occupied with their pizza, Rae went back into the kitchen for the salad she'd made. She removed the bowl from the fridge. Turning to put it on the counter, she wasn't surprised to find Dylan had followed her. He liked to steal kisses whenever he could. "You did a beautiful job on your cake," he said, reaching for her. "I really could have bought you one, so you didn't have to make it yourself." "I needed to this year." Rae slid her arms around his waist. She pressed her lips to his, loving the smell of him, his aftershave, grass from playing at the park, and baby powder. How she loved this man. Dylan shifted from her mouth and feather-kissed his way to her neck. "Do you know what today is?" she asked, starting to get a little breathless. He paused. "Your birthday? What else?" "1 year ago today, you stepped into my life and nudged me out of the depths of despair I'd been in." Her eyes got misty, and she rested her head against his chest. "Oh, Rae, you're the strongest woman I know. Well, except for Amelia. She could totally take me." With a chuckle, she lifted her head to look at him. "You silly." Dylan's lips found hers, and he kissed her with a surprising intensity, even for him. Rae wrapped her arms around him again, giving herself to the moment. "I love you so much," he breathed against her mouth. "Forever," she whispered back. "You're the best birthday present ever." "My toy!" Jaden growled from the other room, followed by Beth's wail. Laughing, Rae and Dylan broke apart, clasped hands, and joined their children. All rights reserved. This book or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of the publisher, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Please do not participate in or encourage piracy of copyrighted materials in violation of the author's rights. Purchase only authorized editions. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, dialogues, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental.
Thank you for listening to The Forever Gift. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been The Forever Gift, The Gift Series Number 2, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Sandra W. Parker. Copyright 2019 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.